Board of Commissioners meeting on Monday, April 25th, 2011. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up, we have the approval of the minutes of the public meeting of March 14th and April 11th. I'd like to split these into two votes because we have some adjustments to make on both. So do I have a motion for the March 14th?
I move to be approved.
Do I have a second? Okay. I have some edits. On the March 14th, we've been going quite a bit back and forth on these. Until we have a full-time secretary that can be present during the meetings, the secretary is using the videos to try to transcribe what is occurring in the minutes. That is very difficult to do, very time-consuming, and at many times it's difficult to see who said what they said. So I have some edits on page 7, item D, on Resolution 2011-26, the motion carried 7-0. The tally was missing from that item. On page 8, on the subdivision 2000 S03 final, Commissioner Spengler moved, Commissioner Schaefer second, and the vote was 7-0. And on page 9, item O, brokerage professionals authorization was seconded by Commissioner Spengler. And on page 12, item U, the League of Women Voters waiver was moved, seconded by Commissioner Schaefer. And the AFA denial of waiver of fees was seconded by Commissioner Nagel, I believe. These are my best recollections of those items on the March 14th meeting. If any of the commissioners have a differing opinion, please let me know, but that is my best recollection of that meeting.
Move they be approved with the corrections.
Okay, any board comment?
Did somebody go back and look, or are you just doing this off the top of your head?
Well, these were based off of notes that I had, but my notes were a little, at that time I didn't realize I needed to.
Use the word recollection.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, based on the notes and my recollection of how the votes went, that was the best I could do. And watching the video, I couldn't actually tell. So I did do that. All right, so we have moved in second. Any public comment on the minutes? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Noting Commissioner Spengler's motion, Commissioner Mahoney's second on that.
Move the approval April 11th minutes.
Okay, on this set of minutes, I have two amendments. The first is item N is in Nancy, the KMO Realty Covenant. I believe that was a 6-1 vote, and I voted against that. I think the tally was off on that. And item U, the West Wing item, I believe the vote on that was 5-1. I think it showed the vote was 6-1, but I believe Commissioner Mahoney was not present for that vote.
Just one question on item U. I don't know if it's for John Rice or for you, John Fisher. There's a note that says Commissioner Curley would like this report to be attached to the minutes, and the report wasn't attached to these minutes when we got them. So I don't know if that's just a, paperwork issue, or
is that when they're attached to be filed with the secretary?
That's the intent.
Right.
To be
If the
filed.
board approves that,
Yes.
then they get
Okay.
filed with the minutes.
And they're put
And-
into the vault with.
Yes, so they just become
Document
part of
vault.
this record when this record becomes permanent.
Correct.
Also, I think item U should better reflect that, just where it says Commissioner Curley motioned, comma, it should say Commissioner Curley motioned to have this record attached to the minutes, because that's what the motion was. It's not clear that we're not voting on the issue before us. We're just voting to attach the memo to the minutes.
I'll move the approval with those changes.
well, I guess
Item S, the question mark, it's Barb Blackney that made those comments.
But on item U, it says motion carries 5-2. Commissioner Spengler opposed. Commissioner Mahoney absent. That's not a 5-2 vote.
The 5-1-1
Yeah,
said that.
it becomes a 5-1. Yeah, that was my original
Yeah,
catch.
I left the meeting at that point because I couldn't handle the discussion of the goats eating the grass in the cemetery.
And Hank, would you like that to be entered into the minutes
No,
as well?
that's okay. You can leave that one in.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other changes on that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further board comment? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment on the minutes of April 11th? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion was Commissioner Spingler, and I believe the second was Commissioner Mahoney?
Schaefer.
Sorry about that, Commissioner Schaefer. The Board of Commissioners met in executive session just prior to this public meeting on April 25th. We discussed matters of litigation and personnel. All commissioners were present for the majority of that meeting. We did begin at 5:30, but the substance of the meeting did not start until 6 p.m. Next up, we're going to have recognition of Township Engineer Dan Malloy. Commissioner Spingler will come down to the podium and do the honors. Dan Malloy has been a long-term employee of the Township, and he will be leaving shortly. So we'd like to recognize him for his efforts.
Well, today we're going to present a plaque to Dan Malloy. Dan has spent 28 years with Radnor Township, started in our Public Works Department, became Director of Public Works, and me and my fellow commissioners and a lot of former commissioners worked with him on a lot of good public works projects, and Dan did an excellent job. And then he became our Township Engineer, and he worked even harder. Every time I called him, I knew that I was like the 100th call that day, but he was able to take care of them and work with all the people in subdivisions and sewer projects and stormwater management and sidewalks and all the great issues of our time here in Radnor Township. And Dan, we certainly appreciate all that you've done for Radnor Township, and we want to wish you well in your new employment. A lot of success there, and anything we can do to help you be successful in that, we're all behind you.
That's great. That's great.
So this is Dan Malloy, the Township Engineer, in recognition of your 28 years of outstanding vision, dedication, service, and your commitment to excellence on behalf of Radnor Township and its citizens. Thank you. The Radnor Township Board of Commissioners staff, April 25th, 2011. And I'll move this plaque be approved by the commissioners.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Well, I really appreciate that. They were great words, and I appreciate it. This has been a great place to work. Back when I started in 1983, I thought this was just a short job that a couple years I'd be moving on, and it's a great place to have worked. The people here are great. The employees are fantastic. I'm going to miss them dearly. The residents are great. Well, at least most of the residents are great. So I do appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Next up, we have Resolution 2011-55 honoring Dorothy Carson and recognizing her for 40 years of service to Radnor Memorial Library. I will have Commissioner Schaefer go down to the podium and read a document for us.
It's my pleasure to be doing this tonight because my own children benefited from the expertise and skill of Ms. Carlson, and I imagine the children of many of you benefited from that. And in fact, I bet some of you personally, when you were little, benefited from the expertise of Ms. Carlson. So I'm going to go ahead and read this resolution. Resolution number 2011-55, a resolution of the Township of Radnor, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, recognizing the commitment and dedication of Dorothy Carlson for her many years of service 40 to the public library and the library system of Radnor Township and in the county of Delaware. Whereas Dorothy Carlson has been the head of children's service at the Radnor Memorial Library since 1970 and has brought her love of books and reading to the children of Radnor Township, and whereas thousands of township children have participated in the summer reading club, weekly story times, book discussions, author programs, and craft programs that Dorothy has designed and delivered. These programs have enriched children's reading and have brought books alive for them. And whereas Dorothy has visited public and private elementary schools and preschools to read to children and introduce them to books, library programs, and the summer reading program. And whereas Dorothy has developed a children's collection at the Radnor Memorial Library that has grown from a collection of books to one that includes special computers with early learning software, audiobooks in several formats, audio materials for learning in a foreign language, DVDs, materials for parents to introduce difficult subjects, a parent-teacher collection, and books, baby books, picture books, early readers, nonfiction books on every subject, paperback series, and fiction books for children up to 6th grade that will take them to places far beyond Radnor Township. And whereas Dorothy has been a valued colleague, collaborator, leader, and mentor for children's librarians and libraries in this township, in the county, and in the state, and whereas Dorothy was honored with the first ever Delaware County Library System Library Employee Award given to those who have demonstrated an outstanding commitment to public libraries or library service in Delaware County, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes Dorothy Carlson for her many years of service to the township's children. Thank you so much for your service.
I'll move the approval of the resolution.
Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Motion carries.
Wait a minute. I comment first. Honestly, I can't believe that truly a whole 40 years has gone so fast, because to tell you, honestly, this has been a job that I have enjoyed so much. And I, please, thank you, and particularly the people who come in and say, "You never change." Bless you. I like that comment. Plus, the people who come in and they have their children and say, "This was my children's librarian when I was a little girl." Thank you so much.
Sure. Come on up.
This way? Well, my name is Judy Sherry, Governor's Circle, Newtown Square. I have to say that it was very disappointing to me to see this resolution on tonight's agenda to honor Dorothy Carlson. At the very least, you commissioners should have had a parade planned, or possibly a Radnor holiday would be nice, at the very least. So I have to express my disappointment in that. Also, I am pleased that we're here to honor the halfway point. Is it the halfway point with 40 years of Dorothy's service? Because her enthusiasm for reading, which Ms. Schaefer read an incredible list of things that she has done for the children in this township, but I don't think it begins to really capture what she has done for the children in this township. Her love for reading and her knowledge of children's literature is I think, beyond anyone else in the world. And I say that conservatively. She has been such an asset, such a first-class asset to our township, I think, sadly, in a second-class building. But the people inside that building, like Dorothy, are exemplary. And it's just an honor for me tonight to just reinforce your resolution. And again, I would like to propose that you reconsider how you're honoring her, because it just isn't enough. So thank you, Dorothy, so much for all the children in our township.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Goldis-Graev, and I am the librarian at Radnor Elementary School. I'm here representing the school librarians of Radnor Township. I have to second everything that was just said by Mrs. Sherry, because everything in terms of children's literature is invaluable, has been invaluably taught to us, those of us in the library field, and the children that we serve who also go to the Radnor Memorial Library of Radnor Township. I don't think that there is, according to me, a more wonderful job than teaching children the love of reading, the love of literature, the love of the classics, and to have it done by someone who has such a passion for her job, and who has that passion has been shared with all of us. I think that has been truly a wonderful gift to this township and to the school librarians of Radnor Township School District. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is George Strimmel. I live at 47 Luella Court, so you'll hear from me again. But I'm not here as a resident of Luella Court. I'm here as a resident of Radnor. I'm the immediate past president of the Board of Trustees of the Memorial Library of Radnor Township. And we honor a person who has given so much over so many years with such enlightenment, and also stepped into a difficult situation when our executive director left, and we did not have an executive director, and she stepped up to a job and did it very well over many, many months. And I was the president in those days, and I can't tell you how important it was to have a good person there. Beyond just her skills in children's libraries, she has great skills in all libraries. And so I am happy that you saluted her on this day, with or without a parade.
Thank you. All right, that's it for public comment on Resolution 2011-55. Any more?
I just have to say something. Dorothy hired me in 2006, and she hired me. I hadn't even finished library school, and I've been her assistant ever since. And I just wanted to thank her for her vast knowledge of children's literature, her love of children's literature, and everything that she has taught me. And I just hope you all know how valuable, I know you do, the library is, and how valuable Ms. Carlson has been over these last 4 decades. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee update. If any of the members that came out for the library for Dorothy would like to leave at this time and spare yourself sitting through our meeting, you're welcome to do so. We thank you for coming out, and we appreciate it. So I'll ask Rick Barker, the chair of the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee, to come up and give us a presentation on the update.
Good evening. I come before you to present the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee 2010 Annual Report to the Board of Commissioners. The committee has provided hard copies of this report to the commissioners for their convenience. This report, as well as the Garrett Hill Master Plan, are posted on the Radnor Township website on the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee webpage. Copies are also available on the document table in the back of the room. I will now read selected excerpts from our report to provide the audience and the commissioners a brief overview of the topics and content of the report. The Garrett Hill Master Plan Action Plan describes recommendations for short, middle, and long-term improvements. These recommendations fall within the following areas: grants and funding, gateways, crosswalks, and the SEPTA rock slope, park improvements, street and facade improvements, parking strategies, and consideration of historic preservation and/or design criteria. The committee formed working groups for each of these areas. These working group reports form the basis of the committee's annual report. Grants and funding. The GHIC, the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee, the GHIC Grants and Funding Working Group aims to identify and secure resources to support the Garrett Hill Master Plan implementation items. Protection and improvement of Clemmercrone Park and Emlentonell Field in Garrett Hill enjoys the highest priority among community residents. The Garrett Hill Community Enhancement Trust, the GHCET, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization established as of April 2010, whose mission is to find and manage funding to support improvements in the Garrett Hill zoning district, neighboring community, and Radnor Township. At present, the GHCET is has formulated a proposal to the League of Women Voters for a 2011 Water Resources Education Network, that's a WREN grant, to carry out stream and environmental improvements and related educational programs in Clemmercrone Park. For this grant, the GHCET has secured the support of Radnor Township, Bryn Mawr Boy Scout Troop 19, Chanticleer, the Darby Creek Valley Association, Eastern College Graduate Sustainability Program, and other local partners. So we have hopes about this grant. The GHIC and the GHCET continue to investigate other grants and funding sources for community improvement. On to gateways, crosswalks, and the SEPTA rock slope. There have been several meetings over the past 3 years with SEPTA and PennDOT. To date, the following has been accomplished: obtained an access permit from SEPTA for the surveyor, site survey and site drawings completed, draft sketch plan that Mayor Baird, landscape architect, and our Radnor Township staff completed. The $10,000 community grant money from State Representative Greg Vitale's office does expire at the end of June 2011. So we will need to push this first phase of the project along to meet this deadline. At the very minimum, with regard to the rock slope, the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee also recommends that the township determine which agency or agencies are responsible for the wholesale application of herbicide to the SEPTA rock slope. The committee believes that we must discover who is specifically responsible for this activity and then enter into a conversation and reach agreement to prevent this periodic cycle of neglect and destruction from recurring once again. On to park improvements. The following was completed during 2010. Again, these are just excerpts. Improvements to the wetland area at Clemmercrone Park, removing invasive plants and replacing them with indigenous species of shrubs and small trees. It's an ongoing effort. I'd like to mention that Radnor Township Parks and Recreation
Interim Director Tammy Cohen worked tirelessly to finalize the park sign project at Clem McCrone Park and Emlyn Tennell Field. Grant funds were issued by the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development for this project, allowing for 2 signs at each of the designated park facilities. Thank you, Tammy. And last, with regard to parks, the GHIC strongly endorses the idea of trading Memorial Field, a township-owned property, for Emlyn Tennell Field, a school board-owned property. On to...
Rick, can I comment on it, or you want me to wait to the end?
It's your prerogative.
Which would you prefer?
It's fine with me if you'd like to ask any questions as we go along.
I find that statement ironic to the point of being hypocritical. The idea to trade one piece of property in a different ward for another for the exact thing that you fear, which is the school district monetizing Emlyn Tennell, to monetize Memorial Field, is hypocritical, in my opinion. Furthermore, the way you've positioned it, Memorial Field is effectively contiguous to the school board property. No, it's not. It's across the street. Emlyn Tennell is contiguous to the township property. Well, yeah, that's true, but it's a lot bigger than the piece of the township property that's right there. So I do find this little element here way beyond the charter of your organization and hypocritical.
I'm going to move on to street and facade improvements. The purpose of this working group is to further the goals and objectives of the Garrett Hill Master Plan regarding streetscape and facade improvements. Because these have been identified as long-range projects, they will be more fully investigated in the coming year. Since most, if not all, of these projects require significant funding, this working group will partner with the newly created Garrett Hill Community Enhancement Trust, as well as Radnor Township, and look for possible funding sources. Parking strategies. The Garrett Hill Master Plan outlined 4 areas for consideration with regard to parking. Shared parking. This is now codified in Chapter 280 zoning. Employee parking. The incentives for employee parking are most likely to occur with redevelopment. Expanded permit parking. The opportunities for expanded permit parking are limited because they are governed by the state. And 4th, municipal parking. As recommended in the Garrett Hill Master Plan, the committee recommends public investment in a small pocket lot in Garrett Hill that would serve both businesses and residents. On to consideration of historic preservation and/or design criteria. The focus of this working group has been on research of historic areas within Garrett Hill and ways to preserve them, consistent with property owners' interest. Historic preservation is given a priority in the Garrett Hill Master Plan. The initial scope has been focused on the Beechwood Drive homes of the historic Wentworth Estate and historic Radnor United Methodist Church property. And now, in conclusion, the GHIC suggests that the most important issue to be addressed in the short term was brought to light during the November zoning workshop by the presenters Mark Vizzoli, Shirley Yannick, and G. Fazik. In order for the Garrett Hill Master Plan to share the same status and essentially be incorporated into 2003 Comprehensive Land Use Plan, it needs to be institutionalized. The presenters reported that institutionalizing a plan simply means that contained in the resolution which adopts the plan is language specifically incorporating the plan into the Comprehensive Land Use Plan as an addition to be part of the overall plan. The GHIC does not believe there was sufficient language to accomplish this result in the resolution that adopted the Garrett Hill Master Plan in July of 2008. Sharing the same status with the Comprehend means fundamentally that future Garrett Hill ordinances would follow the same standard of being generally consistent with the Garrett Hill Master Plan. In addition, the Garrett Hill Master Plan would be subject to 10-year periodic updating along with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The committee is confident that it was our intention, as well as the community's, the commissioners, and the township's intention and desire for the Garrett Hill Master Plan to be incorporated into the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The committee believed at the time that by its adoption, the Garrett Hill Master Plan would, in fact, become part of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The GHIC respectfully suggests and requests that in order to rectify this deficiency, our township solicitor, John Rice, draft a resolution with the appropriate language to incorporate the Garrett Hill Master Plan into the 2003 Comprehensive Land Use Plan for the Commissioner's consideration and anticipated adoption. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rick. Well, first, I want to thank you and all the members of the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee for all their hard work over the last year, looking closer at the master plan, the Garrett Hill Master Plan, and looking at implementing some of its findings and recommendations. I think it is a good idea to incorporate the Garrett Hill Master Plan into the 2003 Comp Plan, and I think that's administrative function. I don't think that is anything unusual. It is typical to see these individual master plans be incorporated into a larger document. John Rice, would you like to comment on that issue? Or do we need to give you direction to do so?
Well, why don't, what you're going to have to do is, I think what we're talking about is amending your comprehensive plan, making this an element in your comprehensive plan. There's some required elements under the MPC, and then there's other things you can put into your overall comprehensive plan. So you're going to have to adopt a resolution. We can bring that back. But that also has to go to your planning commission and to the county planning commission. So,
we should have a resolution to the board to start that process.
Well, I think what you maybe tonight just authorize the staff to put that resolution together, bring it back to the and start that process. That'll go to the county planning commission. It'll go to the local planning commission, and then it'll come back to you for adoption.
Okay. I'll move to instruct staff to move ahead with preparing the resolution to do this, and then at some point that resolution will come back to the board. So I move to have staff move in that direction.
I second, but I'd just like to add that more importantly, it's 2011. Our last plan was 2003. Next year, we're going to start working on the next comprehensive plan, and I mean, I would focus really on becoming a chapter in that plan, as opposed. I'm happy. I mean, this is fine to have a resolution adopting it, but more importantly, looking forward, this Garrett Hill comprehensive plan should be part of our next comprehensive plan, which is we're on the cusp of working on.
Yeah, I think that you'd need a resolution to incorporate it, so it could actually become part and then be reviewed.
And I would imagine the 2003 comp plan would be the basis for the 2012 comp plan. This way we get it memorialized and put into that process. So, any further board comment?
I have a question. Bob, do you see this as something that we should be doing?
Absolutely. I think this is a good item to be able to be placed into the plan, because not only is it brings in a lot of the development issues and that are particular to that area, but also it recognizes the hard work of the committee of what they have done. That continues the hard work of that group and their efforts, and that's recognized by the Board of Commissioners as well as the Township, is that it's valuable information for us to have.
Don, I could add that it would clear up any inconsistencies also. The inconsistencies are relatively minor. However, they do exist, and it makes sense.
Okay, any further board comment? Any public comment on that resolution, motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. It was moved by Commissioner Fisher, second by Commissioner Schaefer. I just want to finish up on this implementation committee report. You did make mention of what we call the rock slope or the SEPTA spillway project. We have a grant that is due to expire the end of June. We did have a plan to do a project at that site. We're now reviewing that more closely. I did reach out to Greg Vitale's office today to find out if we could extend the deadline for that grant. He's looking for a letter from staff, just stating the situation and then asking if we can get an extension on that grant. So I'll ask Bob Zinkowski just to make sure the letter gets sent over to Greg's office, just letting him know the progress where we're at on that grant. And also, I think we'll plan to have a staff meeting, a meeting with staff and maybe some of the members of the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee to focus on that and see if we can move that along, try to get that done.
That'd be great.
Okay.
But once again, unless there's any other questions from the commissioners, or I'd like to encourage people to read the report. It's on the website. We have copies of the hard copies of the Garrett Hill Master Plan that are available upon request. I'd like to provide these to your commissioners if you'd like hard copies that maybe didn't receive them when it was adopted. And I would also like to thank all of the commissioners for their attention to this report. And I'd, again, specifically like to thank Kevin for his attention also. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Oh, well, they never got up there.
Yeah, they were the whole time you were speaking.
Thank you.
Yes,
Didn't have to look
thank
at
you. Next, we have do we have a motion to approve appointments to the Charter Review Committee?
Yeah, give me the list, I'll do it.
You want to do it? Why don't you do that?
I'll move the appointment, John Fisher, I'd recommend John Ake, Bill Spengler, Cheryl Tamola, John Nagel, Steve Chanison, Don Curley, Arthur Hartel, Harry Mahoney, Steve Palantonio, Elaine Schaefer, John Joannis, Kevin Higgins, John Meekin, McMeekin, John Osborne, Christine Perrone, Legal and Voters Nomination, Dorothy Orlowski, and I'll move all those appointments.
Second.
Okay, any commissioner comment? Any public comment? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. It was moved by Commissioner Spengler, and I apologize, I missed the second on that. Sorry? Elaine, Commissioner Schaefer, thank you. We have a room rental fee waiver request. Mr. Zinkowski.
Well, this is from Congressman Mahan. He already held it, and so I'll move the approval.
Okay, any commissioner comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Spengler made the motion. Commissioner Higgins made the second on that. We have consideration of the May 9th Board of Commissioners meeting at the Radnor Fire Company. Mr. Zinkowski, did you want to address that?
Sure. I know that we've tried to go out onto the road with some of the Board of Commissioners meetings, but given some of the comments we heard earlier on from the community about some of these items that might be an issue of possible contention, that we keep them here so that they're broadcast live. At the Radnor Fire Company, I know Jim Doling has looked into trying to have a live feed, but because there are issues that surround that, it would not be able to happen. So I would ask the board that we have the May 9th meeting here in this building.
I'll move that we change the meeting place for May 9th from the Radnor Fire Company to this building here.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Spengler made the motion. Commissioner Nagel made the second on that. We have ordinance 2011-09, 808 Mill Road subdivision. I believe this is an acceptance of the public improvements on that property. Do we want to hear, I guess, Dan Malloy and or any staff want to comment on this?
Mr. Fisher, this is an ordinance that was advertised April 13th for a public hearing. You're correct, it is a ordinance accepting the improvements for that particular project. Mr. Malloy may have more details. The plan was a plan of 808 Mill Road Partners LP. And this is a public hearing tonight.
Yeah. Well, we have the map in front of us, and really what we're doing is just accepting the public sewer, our sewer system. We're now subdivisions.
Sanitaries, yes.
Sanitary sewer, so we're accepting that. That's all we're doing. Correct. Under this. So,
Okay. Well, we have to give it to public, any
yeah.
public comment? Is the applicant here, anyone, not applicant, but is any party here that's party to this transaction?
no.
No? Okay.
So this is actually is the public hearing, and
just the
the
hearing.
actual adoption of the ordinance is
Will
later
be
on.
later on the meeting.
Right.
That's
All
right.
right, I'll move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, the public hearing, any public comment on that motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That concludes the public hearing. At this point, I'm going to open it up to, well, before I open up the public participation, we have two announcements. It appears that we have a senior citizen seminar that the Radnor Township Police Department will be holding on Wednesday, May 18th at 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. This will be held at the Township Building at 301 Ivan Avenue. The topics that will be covered will be issues concerning scam artists that are targeting senior victims, spam and other fake emails targeting the elderly, financial confidence scams and fraudulent lotteries, telephone scamming of the elderly. That and many other items will be discussed. Representatives from the Wayne Senior Center, the Delaware County Senior Victim Services, and COSA, and the Surrey Services will be present along with police staff. We also have another announcement. We have a national take-back initiative. We have done this in the past. This is where you essentially bring in your old and other expired and unneeded prescription drugs, and you bring these back into the township. Controlled and non-controlled and over-the-counter substances will be collected. And the point of this is to prevent folks from disposing of these in trash and through the sanitary sewer system, which is in effect poisoning us. So this is a great event. This event will be held at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, April 30th, 2011 at the Radnor Township Police Department. So please, if you have any of these used pharmaceutical prescription drugs or any other medications that you want to dispose of properly, please bring them in here for that. That's it for the announcements. At this point, I will open it up to public participation. Please note that you will have an opportunity to speak at each and every vote of the board tonight under each topic that we're voting on. Public participation now is if you cannot stay for the rest of the meeting or if you have any general comments that you'd like to make.
Good evening, everybody. Diane Edbrell, 205 Spruce Tree Road in Radnor. I want to thank you again for this opportunity because this really does help those with people at home who maybe need homework assistance and things like that. My comments tonight are directed towards the ongoing sort of inquiry into the proper use by community partners of our township and school district fields. I wasn't able to be at the Parks and Rec meeting where this was discussed very fully, but I did watch every minute of it on television, and I think that it's great that we're really addressing this. There was a document that was shared with me, which I wanted to comment on. It's a reply to a right-to-know request that was dated April 1st, 2011, and it's the response was forwarded to the requester from Tammy Cohn, I believe also copied to William Martin, William White, and Mr. Zinkowski. Anyhow, I apologize for not making copies for you all, but it's a document maybe you've all seen already or certainly have access to. I think that this document was very thoughtfully put together, and I commend Ms. Cohen in doing so. I think it raises a lot of questions, and I just wanted to put out there to you all what, in my own opinion, we need to be thinking about when we think about community use of our fields. I think the first thing that comes to mind is that we really do need a policy, or maybe several policies that we can make decisions about that provide a framework for sensible and transparent decision making. The first thing that jumps out in the memo that Ms. Cohn wrote is there's no set rate for outside organizations or schools to use our fields. While I think it's wonderful that we're trying to foster partnerships with private educational institutions and other organizations in the township, I think that we do have to keep in mind that there is a cost to our taxpayers to do so. I would suggest a couple of guiding principles here. One is, what's the nature of the organization that is seeking to use the fields? For example, if it's a corporate resident that pays taxes to the township, maybe that's a different kind of equation than a nonprofit organization that pays no taxes for the support that it receives for the township. I'm not suggesting one thing or another, but that these might be considerations. I believe the fee should reflect the costs to the township of providing these facilities for use. Now, not necessarily a dollar for dollar exchange, but let's say, one field to lease out to a baseball league or a softball league will cost, in terms of maintenance and upkeep, $10,000 to the township, and another field, because of whatever use it's having, is going to cost the township $5,000. My suggestion would be, whatever the fee is, the fee on the more expensive field should be maybe twice what the fee would be on the less expensive field, so that there's some rationality, so that people who are using these fields understand why they're being charged what they're being charged. I think, I'm aware that we do have an arrangement with Agnes Irwin that we don't charge them for use of some of our fields in exchange for the fact that they allow us to use their indoor basketball courts. I think we need to know what is the cost to us to maintain those fields compared to the cost of Agnes Irwin to maintain the basketball courts after our use, because, I'm no expert on gym repair and field maintenance, but my guess is that it's more costly for us to maintain the fields that they're using than the other way around, and we just really need to get a handle on those numbers. I think we also need to sort of, I believe, make sure that the people in the township and the organizations in the township have, that there's some sort of priority system. I was very dismayed to hear that the ultimate Frisbee team, if Memorial Field is converted to a turf field with this whole Agnes Irwin deal that people are talking about, that those kids aren't going to be able to use that field, pretty much. And I think that it would be terrible for a high school athletic team to get bumped off of a playing field because of a deal that we make with a private educational institution, particularly if the township is not really seeing any revenue as a result of that. But on that note, I do also want to ask, because it did come up, I think, at the meeting that was televised that I saw on the replay, I see in the Parks and Rec report, monthly report for March, that there is this, there's still development possibility being discussed between the township and Agnes Irwin's lawyers. And my question, I guess, to you all, and hopefully you can pass it along to the appropriate member of the staff, is where is the Radnor Corporate Center on this? I think there was some conjecture at the Parks and Rec meeting about it, but nobody really knew. And that's something I think that before we really get thick into the weeds on this, we really need to know. And I'm just really very curious about whether there has been any effort to, find out where they stand on this and what their position is before we really start spending any more of our township resources pursuing it. I think that this is a thornier issue than anyone really anticipated, and I don't think we should rush. I think it's great that we're starting to look at it, but I think that there's a lot to look at very carefully, and thank you for listening to my suggestions about how to do so.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Grace Waddell. I live at 408 Midland Avenue in Wayne. And just to piggyback upon what she said, this has been the discussion of my bus stop this week. Everybody's all up in arms. What's going on with these fields? I think because I live on Midland Avenue, we heard so much about the cost of putting in the field at Radnor Middle School and the fact that no one could play football on that field because it's too damaging, and that it's too much for the taxpayer to do that. So, Radnor Middle School is sending kids over to Radnor High School. There's to practice their football. And today, I guess I learned that perhaps there are other teams that are practicing on other township fields, perhaps at no charge. And I guess from my standpoint, and this is sort of an icky topic, but I would like to see our fields be used by the children of the township. And we have certain organizations that maybe are currently using fields that aren't open to all children based on maybe I only have 2 children are boys, or maybe I only have 2 children who have autism and neither can participate at, say, Agnes Irwin, even if they're girls, because they don't take autistic children at Agnes Irwin, or children with more significant special needs. Watch, there's a mom's going to wake up and say, my child is a girl and has autism. Anyway, so I just think it's very dicey a little bit for the taxpayer to feel comfortable with the idea, or even perhaps if, say I had a football team that was only for Presbyterians and then anyone else who wasn't Presbyterian couldn't participate, that might be a little bit of an issue for the taxpayer. That's sort of icky, but I just wanted to put that out there. So I have some questions about that, and I'm sure you're all going to talk about it, but I just hope that we can come up with a system that's fair and that would hopefully give priority to the Radnor kids that live in our district that the taxpayers pay for, as opposed to maybe I'm coming from Lower Merion to attend this private school or whatever. And I hope that is helpful feedback. Thank you for all you're doing.
Grace, could you restate your last name for the minutes?
Waddell, Wadell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Christina Peroni. I live on Walnut Avenue. I also really appreciate having this opportunity to speak and not have to wait till the end of the meeting. When you look at that document that Tammy prepared, one thing popped out at me, which was St. Catherine's, which had 695 uses. The other thing that would be helpful is to understand who decides who gets to use those fields and, who has to make that decision. I mean, Tammy shouldn't have to make that decision of St. Catherine gets to use it. It was 695 on the fall. So anyway, somebody should be looking at that. It should be equitable and fair and open and disclosed, and the cost should be open and disclosed as well. Different topic, and it's even a hotter topic, the issue of Mr. Bayshore, our prior manager. I understand that this is litigation and that you probably can't say a lot, but I would be interested in hearing on behalf of the taxpayers, as our taxes are going up. There were issues of hundreds of thousands of dollars of misappropriated funds, hundreds of thousands of dollars of bonuses, $3.7 million of unfunded money. And I just want to make sure as a taxpayer that the Board of Commissioners is doing everything so that, one, these unfunded days that I hope we're not giving them to Mr. Bayshore, two, his pension, I hope we're not giving that to Mr. Bayshore, and three, what can we be doing? And I know that the treasurer has tried hard to push forward with a surcharge, and I understand that costs money and, it's all cost benefit. But the reality is he violated all of us, and I would hope that we are pressuring Mr. Green, the Attorney General, is that what he is? I don't know what he is. Whatever. District Attorney, thank you, to look at prosecuting this and moving forward. So if you can just give us, or as a taxpayer myself, some assurance that he won't be getting any funds, because that would obviously have to be publicly disclosed. At least that, like pension or anything else, that would make me feel better. And then are we doing everything we possibly can to prosecute him?
This is current litigation. We are in a process. We are addressing those issues. Mr. Rice, do you want to make any comment on this? You don't need to.
No.
I don't want to jeopardize
No,
anything that we're working on.
This is not for public discussion.
Okay.
There's no money being paid out. There's been no claim for money by the prior manager. I mean, if that seems to be part of your concern, Christine.
Yeah, I would assume that you could never pay out any money, including his pension or anything else, without publicly disclosing that, right?
There would have to be votes on that. I mean, there's a couple pieces of litigation that are pending. Pensions are subject to certain statutes in this state, unless you're convicted.
Okay.
And it depends on what that means, too. Most pensions get paid out because it's a state law.
Is there anything private that you folks can do to push this along? I mean, what else can I do? What else can anybody do? I mean, it would just be such a travesty if he got 1 penny of that money from what he stole from the taxpayers, because we're all paying higher taxes, and it definitely has to do with some of the things that he did, his practice over many years. So, is there anything else we can do? Anything else we as a community can do?
Can we contact the district attorney?
Can we contact the district attorney?
There are 2 things. Citizens can file a private criminal complaint with the district attorney's office and the state attorney general's office.
What is that, a private?
Private criminal complaint. And you can also contact the district attorney's office and lobby. It is a political office, and you can lobby them to do something. So, and I've asked for this help in the past. The Board of Commissioners' hands are somewhat tied because of the statutes and because of the fact that we're under litigation. So there is an opportunity for the public, just if any public member felt violated, they'd have a right to file.
Okay. Well, if it is a political office, I'm not sure if it's Republican or Democrat, but whichever party, I guess it's Republican, based on the laughter, maybe the Republicans on the board would consider, trying to fight for the people. And, so I would appreciate...
It's only a political office because he's elected, but it's nonpartisan. They do the law fairly.
Okay, well then that's great. So then hopefully we can all put some pressure on him, because it would be really a huge violation for us to have to go through all this and then him to get his money. So that would just be so wrong. And I'm sure everybody shares that feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll public comment, and I will begin.
I move the approval of departmental reports.
All right.
I
Any
have
board comment?
I just have one comment, one question. And Bob Z, I'm going to direct the police question to you more than the new superintendent, because he may not have had time to fully digest it. And if you don't know the answer, you can get back to me. There's been a significant decline in traffic violations in 2011 year-to-date versus 2010. Do we have any idea why?
Yeah, I know why.
Without all the details behind me, I'm going to say because of the reduction in manpower based on injuries and other particular items. I'm not sure if the superintendent has time for that, but I'm going to say that's where you're going to see that reflection at.
Okay. If you could just confirm that for me when you get a chance, Bob. I know it's not exactly fair to throw that out at you in the middle of the meeting. The other thing, I just want to thank Bill White for the nice effort he's put together to, start bringing us the financial information and the analysis in a more up-to-date fashion. I have one modest improvement I'd like to discuss with you separately about getting year-to-date budget versus year-to-date actuals in there, but I think you've taken great strides to advance this, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Sure.
I'd like to add to that. I just for the public, we got a very detailed analysis. I'm sure it's online, which is a comparison of the first quarter numbers from this year, 2011, to all the way back to 2008, which is incredibly helpful when you're trying to assess how you're doing along the way. Having your first quarter numbers is one thing, but you never know, what kind of seasonal things might affect that. So it's very helpful to look back from 2008, 2009, 10, and see, well, is this where they were back then, or is something else awry here? So, and I know it took a lot of work to do that with our system, so I have to say I really appreciate it, and I'm sure anybody else who pulled that up really appreciated it. I do have a couple of questions about those numbers, kind of general. I wanted to point out again, I've pointed this out at several meetings before, but our real estate transfer numbers are looking very strong. They're at about 21% of what we projected for the year, which, I mean, for the first quarter, they should be around 25%. But what's significant about it is, looking back at the first quarters of the prior years, it's winter, and usually those numbers are very low. You know, they're not up at 20%. So to be at 20% at this point in the year, comparing to the past 4 years, is quite good. So hopefully we'll continue on with that trend, and it's good news for us. One of the things that was striking in this were the highway numbers, and we're at 50% of our expenditures for our highway budget already, which is a little alarming since it's a quarter away. And it's because of the snow plowing mostly, which is, you know, that happens. But I wanted to ask, last year we faced a similar situation, and it turned out at the end of the year we had some sort of grant, or I can't remember what it was, but we got some bonus money to make up for that snow plowing expense. Do you think that's in the realm of possibility this year?
Well, to address, first of all, I don't think so, because what had occurred last year is there was a state of emergency that was declared by the various levels of government, and that's what triggers those type of grant reimbursements. We had I'm not aware of any states of emergency that were declared this year. So the reimbursement from FEMA for the salt purchases this year, I don't anticipate getting any of those back for this year's snow events. The one thing that we will do, and this is similar to what we've done in prior years, is we are allowed under Pennsylvania law to allocate a portion of the salt expenses to the liquid fuels fund. And the dollars we receive from the state sharing, I believe those are gas tax type of revenues. So we will be allocating a portion of that expense over to that fund, which will obviously transfer the expense over there and improve those numbers from the general fund.
Great.
The only other point I wanted to make here is when you're one of the things that was really striking looking at the expenditure numbers is that the first quarter of this year included one additional payroll than the numbers last year because of the biweekly pay. March was a 3-pay month, and last year April was the first 3-pay month, so there's actually an additional payroll. So that's one of the reasons why across the board all the departments are up from prior years. So I wanted to point that out as well.
Okay. And then the only other number that made me look twice was in our intake from licensing and permits is slightly down. And I looked back over past years, and, you know, because at first I thought, well, it's winter, people aren't coming in for permits, but not so. In years past, the numbers have been higher at this point in the year. So I don't know if that's a trend or...
I think I indicated that's something that we're going to have to watch as we proceed through the year.
I can comment on that, Elaine. The permits issued are actually up. The dollar amount is down, though. So we're actually busier. We just don't have the bigger renovations and things like that. But our numbers, our financial numbers may be down, but we're just as busy, if not more, than last year.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just one other observation with that category of revenue is there's a timing difference in the cable franchise. We received a payment in March of last year for one of the quarters, and this year it didn't come in until April. So there's those kind of timing differences that'll throw off. That's why having 4 years of history hopefully will help smooth some of those timing differences out. But as we proceed, those kind of fluctuations should level themselves out. And if they don't, there'll be a notation put in the report to explain why.
All right. General comment from me is that the reports are really thorough, and compared to just a few years ago, we're getting a lot more valuable information. Many thanks to all staff, Tammy, Paul, Matt, and Bill, and I probably left someone off, but I apologize. Dan for engineering, and Bob Sinkowski as well for helping us get these reports together. These are available online. And I recommend that residents look at this to get a good sense of the amount of work that this township does for the little bit of taxes that we are able to get this work done. So thank you again. At this point, any public comment on the committee reports? Yes, come on up. I'm sorry, departmental reports. Is this on the departmental reports?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Jim Schneller, a quick comment. I live at St. David's Park, and a quick comment on the police reports. There are monthly incidents of not just drunken driving or illegal, amounts of consumption while driving, but we're getting incidents in these reports of people just found sloppy drunk, and people also in cars being really not just over the limit, but miraculously not on a tree. And it's happening enough. I think we need to be alarmed. I wanted to emphasize that the board, in any way possible, emphasize that students especially and other young adults don't disobey the law. And I think that the 3 or 4 issues before us right now regarding street bumps or whatever might be proposed are really worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll put it to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Spengler moved for that, and Commissioner Mahoney seconded on that. I'm now going into committee reports. Under Personnel Administration, we have 1 vacancy on the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. We have 3 vacancies on the Ethics Board and 1 vacancy on the Board of Health. Please send your letter of interest to the manager, Bob Zinkowski, at 301 Ivan Avenue, if you have interest in serving on those committees. I'm sorry, we also have 1 vacancy on the Citizen Communications Council. And we have, do I have a motion to approve appointments to the CARFAC, the Citizens?
Yes, I'd like to propose a number of candidates. But before I do so, I want to thank everybody who applied for this particular new position, the CARFAC, which is going to help us with regard to the auditors of the township. Every one of the individuals who applied, and there were many of them, are extremely well qualified, and we're very fortunate here in Radnor to have so many people willing to step up. But unfortunately, the group consists of 9, so several people are not going to be nominated. I'd like to nominate the following individuals: Lee Gourmand, Peter Novak, James Bowes, Jerry Linden, Ed Kane, Mark Blair, Joe Ellis, Carl Bupp, and Laurent Chardonnay.
I'd like to second that list.
Any board comment? I'll make a general comment. While I agree with Mr. Mahoney, I also want to let it be known that, in particular, there were a few individuals, 2 individuals, and I will not name them because they do have privacy rights in terms of interviewing. But these individuals have demonstrated enormous commitment to making our government better and making sure that the finance process is better. They've been outspoken, they've been critical at many times, but they've always provided constructive criticism to make things better. Unfortunately, we could not get enough votes to nominate those 2 individuals, so I apologize to them. That is my only comment, but like Mr. Mahoney has said, we did have more individuals apply than we had positions, and it is a tough decision, but I would have been very happy to have the 2 candidates that I had in mind get nominated because I felt that they had shown over many months, if not years, a commitment to making things better here and also participating on a meeting-by-meeting basis. So that's my comment. Any further
I'd like to
board
just
comment?
add a little bit, John, because I agree with you, and I think it's not maybe the best person to find the right words all the time, but it's a little disappointing to be part of a board that is afraid of being criticized and challenged. And I contrast what I just displayed tonight with the man who got up here and took a challenge and took it gracefully and said thank you. And there's nothing wrong with being challenged and being criticized because it leads to the right outcome. Fear of that is what is wrong.
Yeah, I'll add something similar, that I think the framework used to build the coalition was, in my opinion, inappropriate. So I have that concern about this framework or this group.
Okay, any further board comment? Seeing none. Any public comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, to Commissioner Curley's about the framework being inappropriate, maybe if you can explain that.
I just meant to reiterate the points that the two other commissioners made. Essentially that I think there's some people that are going to challenge this that would have been great to be on this board. And I think it would be best if we included those people.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought
Okay,
it was
and I'm
the
glad,
framework
I'm
of
glad
that,
you made
what
that,
was put together.
brought
Okay.
that out. Thank you.
Okay, any public comment on the motion on the table? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed. Motion carries 4-3, noting Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Curley, Commissioner Higgins voting against. The motion was made by Commissioner Mahoney, and it was seconded by Commissioner Spengler. That ends the report under Personnel Administration. Under Public Safety, Commissioner Mahoney.
There's no report.
Okay, under Community Development, Commissioner Curley.
Yes, Mr. Rice, do you have a date for this public hearing for the administrative lot line change?
I think that we're looking at the second meeting in May.
Very well. So I move the introduction of ordinance 2011-14 and set the public hearing for the second meeting in May.
May 25th.
Any board comment? Any public comment? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, noting Commissioner Curley's motion, Commissioner Mahoney's second.
I motion the approval of certificate of appropriateness for HARB 11-10 for 407 Luella Avenue.
Second?
Commissioner comment? Seeing none. Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Curley made the motion. Was it Mahoney? Commissioner Mahoney on the second?
Spengler. Spengler.
Spengler. Commissioner Spengler. Thank you.
I motion the approval of certificate of appropriateness for HARB 11-11 209 Midland Avenue.
Second?
Okay, board comment? Public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Curley made the motion. Commissioner Spengler made the second.
I motion the approval of certificate of appropriateness for HARB 11-13 for 225 South Wayne Avenue.
Second?
Any board comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Curley moved. Commissioner Spengler second.
I motion the approval of certificate of appropriateness for HARB 11-14 for 427 Midland Avenue.
Second?
Any board comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Again, Commissioner Curley moved. Commissioner Spengler second.
I'm now going to recuse myself, since I represent the buyer and the seller for the property at 40 Well Court.
All right, thank
So,
you.
and I suggest, will there be a presentation on this item before we hear motions?
I think we would like to hear from staff, if there's any staff comment, solicitor comment, and then we'll open it up. If we get, we have to have a motion, I suppose, to have board comment and public comment.
Very well, then put it out for a motion.
Okay, do I have a motion well, we have a motion to what? Appeal the denial of application 2011-12?
Yeah, I think that what we're going to do is we're going to have the hearing, or
Right.
whatever it is that the
What
applicant wants to present.
Right, there's no court reporter here, but the applicant's here with counsel, and I think Matt and I can give you a brief summary of procedurally where we're at on this particular application. The HARB board recommended denial of certificate of appropriateness for the plan, which you're going to hear about tonight. And I understand there's a fair number of neighbors that also are going to want to speak on this. So I think until you hear the discussion and you hear the presentation and then the opposing presentations, there's no need to make any type of motion at this point. Ultimately, you've got to decide whether to follow the HARB's recommendation, to modify that recommendation, or to make your own approval of what's being proposed. But you haven't heard any of this. You have some information. I know there's plans, and I see some boards with roofing material on it. So I assume you're going to hear all of that tonight from the applicant. So, I don't, Matt, do you want to add anything to this?
No, I just, in the memo that was created in the letter which you received, it was denied on April 6th by a vote of 5-0 by the HARB. Some members are in attendance tonight. If you have any questions for them, the chair is here as well. Specifically, in the application, there were two sections that the HARB based their denial on. In front of you, it's 178-7F, numbers 2 and 7. And number 2 is preserving the overall relationship amongst the buildings within each district's development pattern. They felt the application did not meet that requirement, as well as number 7, preserving compatibility with surrounding buildings in each district. From there, I guess right now, if it's your recommendation, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Holloway could present his application.
Mr. Rice, should I open this up as a formal hearing, or is this a discussion?
We're not swearing in witnesses.
Okay, so I'll open this up as a discussion item. We will hear from the applicant and
Correct.
from the public.
Yeah.
Before they get started, are we under any particular time limitation to make a decision on the appeal?
I don't believe we are. There's nothing in your ordinance that has, for this board's decision, you can certainly hear what part of this you want to hear tonight and defer a decision on this until your next meeting. So that's an option you have.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. I am John C. Snyder. I'm an attorney at Saul Ewing, and I represent C.F. Holloway III and company, the applicant here. I'd like to, before the applicant explains to you what the application was and what the materials that were submitted, take you through a couple of sections of your HARB ordinance so that you understand what our concern was. This is kind of an unusual district, the Luella Court District, in that while it encompasses the circle and the entrance down off of Route 30, it includes the surrounding buildings, which aren't of individual historical significance, but as part of that district. The one historical building in the district is the mansion, the Luella Mansion, which is the one on the property that our client is purchasing. So that when you look at the intent of your historic district ordinance, the intent was intended to protect and enhance through preservation, protection, and regulation of buildings of historical interest and importance to safeguard elements of architectural history throughout the districts. Those are the words cut down to leave out the ones that are inapplicable, but that's really what your ordinance was intended to do. In this instance, there are design guidelines, but when looking at the design guidelines, it says the HARB shall consider only those matters that are pertinent to the preservation of the historical aspects of each of the districts. And then says, including the following, so that these aren't individual requirements, they're considerations that they can look at in determining how to deal with the preservation of the historical aspects of the district. So that when you look at the section that the HARB cited, and the HARB wording was, did I leave that letter back? Would you check for the letter under the agenda there, Cass? But item F says, design of the building as it relates to the historical character of the district, consideration may be given to the following in evaluating applications. 2 is preserving the overall relationship amongst the buildings in each district's development pattern. This is basically a fully developed district. There are the houses surrounding the outside of the loop and the big inside of the loop, which is the mansion property. And secondly, preserving compatibility with surrounding buildings in each district. So if you look at what your ordinance is saying, you have to look at that with respect to the historic building, our building. Our problem is that the turndown said, please note that we have denied the application based upon the application not meeting the requirements of, as set forth in those two sections that I've read to you. So with that as a background in your listening to what the presentation is going to be tonight, remember that we have one historic building in the district, and we're talking about the sections that, in determining the preservation and protection of the historic building, these were areas of consideration which may or may not be applicable even in this district. We don't think they're applicable given there being only one building, and that we're not building on a lot that is abutted by any other lot. We're not putting a building too close to its neighbor or something in that regard. So with that, I'll let Mr. Holloway talk to you about this lot, the history of this lot, and what we're proposing.
Can I ask a question, John?
Sure.
You said that the mansion itself is the only historic building in the district.
Of historic significance.
What's the basis for that?
Well, the others are much newer lots that were built.
What you mean is it's the oldest building?
It's not only the oldest building, but it's the only building of historic significance from the standpoint of the occupants over time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why you use the terminology, the only historic one. I mean, is that your belief and Kaz's belief, or is that the National Register of Historic Buildings or anything like that?
When you look at the nature of the buildings in a historic district, the building that we're talking about is the one that not only from age, but from architecture and from occupants, has historic significance. The rest of it is the neighborhood is of historic significance, as explained in the report, of being the type of community in the center of Wayne that existed to serve or to house residents of medium and lower needs. But the houses themselves are not unusual either from architecture or from occupancy.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing us to make this presentation to the board. And I see our neighbors are here again this evening, and they'll be able to see the presentation, I think, for a third time. Thank you.
Kaz, could you please state your full name for the benefit of the minutes and also the public at home?
Yes, Kazaloff Holloway III, president of C.F. Holloway III and Company, and we have the property under agreement. We're the equitable owner of 40 Luella Court. Thank you. We purchased, we pursued the acquisition of this property because we felt it afforded a great opportunity to provide new housing. There's currently 25 units in the building. They are rentals, and our intent is to completely restore the existing structure without compromising the architectural details externally, and to reconfigure the home, the original building, to allow for 4 units per floor, a total of 12 units. So what we're proposing is to take the existing building of 25 units and to restore the building and have 12 condominiums with new homeowners that will own and occupy the building. Coupled with that, we felt there is a requirement by the new homeowners on our part, to provide 2-car garages for each of the 12 new units. Right now, there's 25 units. There's parking on site for 19 cars on the existing parking lot. And what we're proposing is to provide 2-car parking for the new 12 units. It was our understanding when we put the property under agreement that it was necessary to go before HARB with the new structure, not with the restoration of the existing building. But since we were proposing a new structure on the property for the garages, it was necessary to present that to HARB. And we did that initially in February. We were asked at that meeting to provide additional plans, designs, additional information, both how we were treating the windows, the colors, the roofing, and those elements, and also provide different elevations because we had only provided one elevation at the first meeting. So what I would like to very quickly, because I know time is a premium tonight, I would like to very quickly just show what our presentation was and then answer any questions the board might have regarding those plans, and then I'm sure the neighbors would like to comment also. And I would also like to ask at the end of that if we'd be allowed to address any comments that they brought up, because we were not able to do that at the HARB meeting. So our application included I'm not going to put these in, I'm going to put them in order, so I think that'll tell the story very quickly, if that's okay. This is a rendering, actually it's a drawing of the front of the building. This is the main building, the existing structure. This is our proposed garage with the in color with landscaping. And I'll get more detailed. This is just kind of to give an overview. This is the east side elevation, and in this you can see the actual elevation of the Luella Court that encircles the entire property. You can see the car here at this point. There are garage doors here, which is this face right here. And it loops around, and then there's a car on the upper side. There's a close to a 5-foot difference in elevation from the lower section of Luella Court to the upper section of Luella Court, and this is to scale. This particular plan represents the plan that we feel, of all the plans that we provided to HARB, is the one that we feel is the most appropriate, because our architect, Gate 17, Mr. Tim Wentz, really went to great lengths to pick up the natural feature, the existing features of the mansion in the proper proportion for the building. And this mansard matches the existing mansard on the house perfectly. As you go around to the north side, you'll see the 6 2-car garage doors, and the connection right here, which is very low, and then the elevation of the north side of the mansion. Included in the application was the existing conditions plan, and I'll very quickly go through this. This shows the entire property. It shows the main entrance on Lancaster Avenue down here, the large planting area, which is maintained by the township under an easement agreement. You can see the existing building footprint. You can also see the walkways that traverse the north side of the building and the existing parking lot, which can accommodate 2 cars in the existing garage and 17 cars on the combination asphalt and gravel driveway. It should be noted that over the last 2 months, I've noticed that a lot of the residents also park off the existing parking lot. So sometimes there's more than 19 cars on site, but they're
You
not
mean
actually.
the residents of the mansion?
Yes. This is a topographic survey that we had done by Chester Valley Engineers. So it is accurate both to the location of all the existing trees, all the existing conditions on the property. And I'll go through these very quickly. The second plan is the trash room and garage building A plan. This is the plan that we recommend, that we would like to propose. It has an attachment right here at where the building attaches to the existing mansion. It's a trash room and hallway. This garage, if you look, there's a hallway between the garages that are on the south side and on the north side. And the reason for that is for privacy and security. A resident will be able to come home, pull into their garage, close the door behind them, get out of their car, walk in the hallway, walk directly into the building. At what is now the basement level, it'll be the lower level of the new building, of the new condominium, and we'll be able to go right to the elevator and go to their unit on the upper floors. So the intent of this is to provide really a very welcoming experience for the new residents on Luella Court. We were asked to show how this plan relates to the existing property owners, and this plan, it might be a little helpful if we show a smaller scale, but this shows how the existing mansion, the new garages, relate to all of our neighbors around that encircle Luella Court. John made a statement earlier that our proposed building is not adjacent to any neighbor. We are actually site contained within the center portion of the site. So I think this really gives a great overview. One of the other things we were asked to do, coupled with this, was to provide a number of photographs, which we provided 22 photographs of the existing house and how it related to our neighbors. And I won't, you're welcome to look at these, but they're very thorough, and each homeowner, each neighbor that is on Luella Court is represented in these photographs. The second plan, so this was, we did this overlay with the photograph, the aerial photograph, with trash room in garage building A because that's the one that we felt was the best plan from our perspective, but we wanted to provide Harb and our neighbors with the opportunity to look at a number of plans which we were asked to do at the first meeting. The second plan shows trash room in garage building B, and this was an answer to a comment by some of the neighbors that there were too many garage doors along the face of the building. So what this plan shows is 2 of the garages exit at the end of the building, which allows us to provide landscaping on both sides and would only show 5 garage doors on each side. The third plan, and we were asked by Harb to consider an underground garage. We did that. This is the underground garage, which would be, which would allow the, would not be individual garages then, it would be an underground garage with 24 spaces, which would allow direct access into the building. The issue with this is it's much more costly from our perspective. There's an issue as to home buyers wanting their own private garage, which we have at 102 Luella right now. We have 9 individual 2-car garages. But also how people perceive entering into an underground garage as opposed to having an individual garage. But we were asked to do this. The problem with this is this building, in order to be able to provide the 24 spaces, this building is larger than it would extend over the current setbacks. So there were issues that Harb asked us to consider. We were told that this was really a zoning question and it wasn't something that Harb really should be considering at our presentation for the above ground garage, but we did that because we were asked to. So we provided that plan.
Council, could I just ask a question?
Yes.
When I heard about the proposal for the underground garage, I had to admit I was a little bit skeptical as to whether or not it would work, but obviously from an engineering standpoint, it can be done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Assuming the variance.
I'm just talking from an engineering standpoint.
This plan is, what we did was we provided 2 elevations of what I will call the traditional mansard roof. Which is the color plan. This plan does not have the trees and landscaping, so you're able to really look at the architecture very easily. This particular plan, you'll notice where the trash room is, the band is right in level with the first floor band. So the trash room is truly underground, regardless of whether it's an above ground garage or a underground garage. And then what we did in order to help with the massing from the comments of the first meeting by Harb, we put a flat roof on the first garage bay, which is both on the south side, and I'll flip real quickly, and it also is on the north side. So 2 of the garage bays would have a flat roof, and then the mansard would start. And what that does is help get the massing of the mansard away from the building so that you can read and appreciate the architecture of the main house a little better. So that was one elevation that we provided. The second elevation shows what we originally provided was the full mansard going all the way up to within 12 feet of the building. But this plan shows, you can see at the far end, you see the window on the south side. And on the north side, so this plan has the garages at the end of the building, which ties in with that exhibit that I showed you, Building B. And you can see right here the two garages have the garage doors at the end of the building. So this was the kind of the expanded traditional mansard plan that we presented to Harb at the last meeting. The second one thing I'd like to mention, John reminded me that if you look at the aerial plan, there's a beautiful spruce tree that's located right here. You can see it. It's magnificent. It's in very good condition. We've had an arborist come out and look at all the trees. This particular tree remains with the existing garage, above ground garage, but with the underground garage and with the garage doors at the end of the building, it would have to be removed. So it's one of the reasons why our Exhibit A is our preference as opposed to putting garage at the end of the building, because we feel we can do a very nice job landscaping the entire circle and only have the garage doors on either side.
Would the construction of the garage, above-ground garage, would that come within the canopy of that particular tree?
No. It's a spruce tree, so it actually sits back. The Steve Schreiner, our arborist, said that tree would be fine because the spruce trees have a large taproot as opposed to a big spreading as deciduous tree spreading root system. But that's the only, if we do the Exhibit B with the garage doors on the end, that tree would be taken down. But one of the things we did, though, if you look at the site plan, we also provided street trees in between every garage door opening. So we're really replanting the entire street with 4 times the number of trees that are there right now. So one thing I'd like to, this is, before I go to the second elevation, I think this helps. This is the existing mansion, and if you look at the east side elevation right here, it shows the dotted line of where the trash room and hallway will make the connection. Can you see that? Right here. You'll notice that the way it was designed, it allows direct access. This is the existing door. There's a set of steps right here, and that's the existing basement door. So we really designed the garages to marry to the existing building in a very benign manner so that it almost would have no impact on the existing house. You'll see that all the windows, the building, the attached garage does not impact the east side elevation at all, and that's why if we go with the plan with the flat roof on the first garage bay, it really pulls the massing, and you would have a very attractive view of all 4 sides of the mansion as you drive around Luella Court. But I think this is a very helpful plan to show how tight that connection is, and how little impact it has on the existing structure.
Cass, can I ask a question?
Yes, John.
Actually, I'm back on the trees. You mentioned a spruce tree that is on the east side of the parcel, but I'm using Google Earth right now, and I see that there appears to be a very large tree that would most likely be within the footprint of the new parking garage structure.
Yes.
What is the gauge of that tree? What size tree is
I
that?
believe it's a 36-inch oak, 33-inch oak, and we had Steve Schreiner, our arborist, he inspected every tree. That tree has root rot, and it's in decay, and his recommendation is that it be taken down whether we build the building or not. It's dangerous. And I understand that that tree, there's been, the neighbors are very fond of that tree. They had their picnics under that tree for 2 years, but that tree is in decline, and what we're proposing is to plant all new trees so that in the next 100 years they'll flourish. That's the only tree I know of that really is impacted. We have Norway maples, which are problematic with the Shade Tree Commission, but there's very few trees on the site. So our intent is to restore, plant new trees so that the sustainability of the building will go on for the next, somebody will hopefully be in this building in 150 years hoping to restore the building once again.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. The other plan that we presented was the ornamental metal hip roof. And what prompted this, if you look at this plan, it really doesn't do justice, but it was something that we felt was important to look at. And in doing the due diligence and the historical due diligence of the original mansion, this is a picture taken in about 1870. You'll see it's the original mansion without the two wings that were at it when the when the house was made into a hotel at about 1890. But you'll see there's a large greenhouse here, and if you look carefully, you'll see that the existing mansion has 3 setback wings and a wing right here that's only 1 story. The reason I say that, the neighbors at the last 2 meetings felt that when we presented this picture, it wasn't accurate because they felt that the greenhouse was located where the right-hand wing was. If you look at and I can understand why they would think that. If you look at the main mansion, you see this wing. You can see the original house here, and then there were 3 steps that moved back. So what we did, and I'm only showing this just to show how the great lengths we went to really be historically accurate and really look at how this property evolved over time. Our architect actually, by studying the plan, you'll see that the original mansion, which is the picture I just showed you, those 3 step backs, and this is the 1-story part right here, and you can see where the greenhouse, this picture, this greenhouse is located exactly this little flat roof that you see right over here is this wing of the original mansion right here. So the right-hand wing that was added in 1890 is here and turns right here. So it actually, the greenhouse did extend into what is now the parking lot. And you can see the existing garage. So from a historical perspective, this was not open space at the time the original house was built. It had a greenhouse on it. I'm not here to argue. We're really dealing with the present, but I just wanted to put everybody's mind at ease as to where the original greenhouse was. If you, we also have a picture of the back of the building, just so everybody gets the full impact. And you can see that wing I'm talking about with the lower flat roof here on the back. But more importantly, you'll see on the back facade of the porch, the open air porch, there is a aluminum standing seam roof. It's very hard to see, and if you'd like me to hand the picture up to you, you can do that. But so what we did was our architect felt that the greenhouse, and if you look at that picture very closely, the main ribs are 8 feet apart, and then there's 2-foot ribs in between, and it's a glass roof, but it looks like a standing seam roof. So that's what prompted us to, as an alternative to the mansard, it's what prompted us to do the ornamental hip roof. And again, we did that. We brought the massing away. The nice thing, it's a 412 pitch, so with the hip roof, it even gets the massing of the roof further away from the main building. And you can see the first garage bay has the flat roof. So it really brings the proportion down of the architecture. But when you go to the east side elevation, and this shows the garage doors, which is the alternative, when you look at the standing seam ornamental roof compared to the mansard roof, which I showed you earlier, we believe the mansard roof is more in keeping with the architecture of the building. You know, of the two, our preference would be the original traditional mansard as opposed to the hip roof. Okay. The other thing we did, just to carry that one step further, we actually went just around Wayne, and we took several pictures of houses that have standing seam metal roofs. These are all in Wayne. They're not just Radnor Township. They are down in the Wayne area, immediate Wayne area. So metal roofs were on the original building before it became a hotel. It had a greenhouse on the area where the existing parking lot is. So that's why we offered that we felt it was a legitimate option, but not the best option with the mansard roof, as I mentioned. I think that gives you a good feel of the lengths we went to try to address what we thought our charge was, which was to really show the architecture and how it will marry with the existing building. I would like to point out that where this garage is located, you will not see it as you approach the house coming up from Lancaster Avenue. The way our architect designed the structure, it will not impact one iota with the beauty of what everybody sees, not just our neighbors, but what everybody in Wayne sees. I mean, this is an icon. This building goes back to the original developer of Wayne. I feel I'm in pretty good company because, developers are always not regarded in the finest of lights, but I see this as an opportunity to preserve a very meaningful piece of history in Wayne, and I see it as an opportunity to allow it to sustain itself. I mean, you hear so much about sustainability today, building green, and the problem with the building right now is it's so massive and it's hard to maintain it in its current condition. And what we're proposing, we're actually going to take it apart, much like we did the 106, 108, and 110 Lancaster Avenue recently, where we did residential units above what is now Saxby's Coffee, Bang & Olufsen, and Lucky Duck, and which I'm very proud to say that we won an award in 2010, Pyramid Award for Best Renovation. But we actually deconstructed those three buildings, kept the brick facade, and rebuilt, put all new windows in, and we kept the essence of the original structure and then added to it, and we're very proud of that. We are not going to try to add to the mansion. We are going to put it back in its original glory. What I have here is Pella was kind enough to actually manufacture the lower sash with the actual mutton bars that matches the existing windows perfectly. So this is, the windows in the mansion are, the ground floor are 3 feet wide, 9 feet high. So of course I couldn't carry, I had a hard time carrying this in. But if you look at the top sash, it's the Pella's Architectural Series True Divided Light Insulated Low E glass. And what they did in the bottom, they put the sash in with the mutton that would be used to do this. So we would take out the existing windows. There's been a lot of discussion that the existing windows should stay. They're not energy efficient. It costs the current owner about $120,000 a year to heat that building because all the heat just goes out the window. So what we're proposing is to put brand new aluminum clad on the outside, all wood windows, but it will match perfectly. You will not be able to tell that they're not the same windows in that building, but they'll be energy efficient. The second thing we brought was the Hatteras Certainteed roof that is a 40-year guaranteed roof that would allow the 12 New Homeowners Association to maintain the roof properly, but it will still have a slate-like appearance. You cannot tell once it's up 4 stories high whether it's slate or whether it's an asphalt fiberglass shingle. But the beauty of it is everybody can maintain this. You know, it doesn't require any special tools. One of the things we were kind of horrified when we did our due diligence and we did our phase 1 environmental and our building inspection, that roof that you look at every day and it looks so, everybody knows it's slate, it's actually painted gray. It leaks so badly that it's been sprayed with a gray waterproof paint to prevent it from leaking. I mean, so what, if you, and I welcome anybody if they would like to walk through the building, I'd be happy to take them on a tour of what is existing and what needs to be done. In addition, we had our garage doors, and we also had the aluminum aspect of the standing seam roof. So we tried to really address all the issues that HARB asked us to do. Unfortunately, we never got past the fact that our neighbors didn't feel we should build anything where the parking lot is. And all of our work was kind of just, oh, thank you very much. You did a great job. But we never were given any consideration for our presentation. So I appreciate having the opportunity to do so this evening. And with that, I think are there any questions?
Yeah, I had one technical question. The option that shows some of the cars entering on the east side with the garage.
Yes.
Was consideration given to the effect of concentrating? Because in that option, you'd have 24 cars entering across the width of 2 bays, whereas in the other options, you'd have cars entering all throughout. So I would think it's problematic from a traffic perspective and a planning perspective to have all cars entering at one location instead of spreading out the.
No, you're absolutely right. It is possible to get a sight line because it's a one-way. It would be very difficult if it were two-way traffic, but that's a one-way loop. So it was felt that if that was a viable option that Hard liked, it could be done, but it does have, in addition to removing the tree and causing sight line, it's not we don't feel it's the best. It's better to leave the parking on either side.
Mr. Curley, either I misunderstood your question or the answer really wasn't complete, because I think the only entrance where all 24 parking spaces would be entered from the east side was the underground one.
Yes.
On the one where there are 2 units worth 4 doors on the east side, the other 20 doors would be.
That's right.
10 on the
That's
north,
the
10
nature
on
of my
the south.
question, that in the proposal that showed the 24 units all being accessed by one bay, essentially, so that was the underground unit.
Underground.
I would think it would be problematic to concentrate the enter-exit at one location rather than distribute that.
Yeah, and I apologize. I thought we were here tonight about the above-ground garage, but which is what our application was for, and I'm hoping that everybody will consider tonight. We have looked at that, and the one thing that we can do is curve the entrance down. That's the low point. If you look at the site plan, the actual low point, and remember, we're going underground, so we want to make it as safe as possible. This is the lowest point. This is actually 18 inches lower than the existing basement floor right at this point. So what our engineer recommended is, instead of coming straight out to the end, it would come out and curve and come out at this point, which would give a perfect sight line on the right-hand side. It would also allow us to hide the garage door. It would only be one door instead of 12, remember, because we only have to provide one. And we could landscape this whole area, so it would really help to minimize the impact to our neighbors. But we did not, we've really focused our attention on what we've presented tonight with the above ground, because we have not addressed the cost difference. I mean, there's a lot of elements to doing that underground garage.
Okay, any further board questions? What I'd like to do is open this up also to the public.
I'd
'cause
like to summarize.
That'd be fine.
If he's done. But
Go ahead.
there were 2 items that I wanted him to cover real quick.
What we provided, right now there's no existing stormwater management for the existing building. All the water just gets dumped and goes into the street. So our plan would have 2 stormwater systems on either side of the garage, and we would pipe not only the garage water, but we would also pipe all the existing mansions downspouts into that system, which will help improve the stormwater management for the entire street and down to Lancaster Avenue. The second thing is...
Can I just clarify?
Yes.
That stormwater management is not tied to these garages. You would do that anyway if you develop this property, right?
No, if we were only restoring the house, we wouldn't have to provide stormwater management.
If you put parking underground, you would have no obligation to do stormwater management.
No. If we do a garage, we have to provide stormwater management for the new structure. What we're proposing, we're going to do it for the new structure and for the existing structure. We're going to size the system to take care of the existing mansion, which is not being managed right now. Does that?
That's better.
Yeah.
Clarification.
The second thing is the pavers and the macadam on our plan the township has a requirement that even if you use pervious pavers, they have to be considered as impervious. Correct, Dan?
That's correct.
So what we did is we actually are providing pervious pavers, but we're counting them as impervious for purposes of the board, even though that's not why we're here this evening, but it goes to how we're going to manage the stormwater. We're not even going to allow the water to come off the driveways onto Luella Court. We're going to keep all the water on site, collect it all, let it go into the underground stormwater system. But for purposes of this plan, we're showing our impervious calculations are actually impervious pavers, just so everybody understands that. The second thing is the architectural details on the garage. And thank you, John, because that's something that I was a little remiss in. If you look at this is an all-wood garage door. It's 8 feet high by 16 feet wide. To put it in perspective with what some of my neighbors have used our existing building at 102 Luella, which, by the way, we just won 6 awards for, and I'm very proud of. But they were concerned that the garage doors for this garage would be as large, if not larger, than 102 Luella. The fact of the matter is, this is in keeping with the existing building, the arched top glass, the wide mutton bars, but it's all wood, but it's 8 feet high by 16 feet long. The 102 Luella starts at 8 feet at the one end and by 18 feet and goes to 9.5 feet high by 18 feet at the low end where it meets, where School Lane meets Luella. So and they're solid garage doors. There's no windows because we were concerned about breakage of glass. This is a much more residential neighborhood with our neighbors around, so we feel comfortable in doing a really nice treatment with the doors with glass. And the other thing we did, which was really, we were very proud of, if you look at the existing mansion, this drawing that shows the arches, but we have a close-up of that, and this is perfect. If you look closely at our detailing on our garages, we have the 2 columns on either side of the garage, and we have the arch. We mimicked the existing building architecture perfectly on the garage doors. And I will, if you look at this, you can see the column on either side. We have a lot happening here, but you see the trees. There's a column on either side and the arch, and that matches the architectural detailing of the existing mansion perfectly. So we really felt we went to great lengths to try to marry the new with the old without impacting the existing mansion in any way, shape, or form. We do understand that it's going to put something there that hasn't been there, except the 2-car garage and all the existing cars that park there and all the trash dumpsters that sit out. But we feel it's a very positive alternative. So with that, I'll leave it to John.
Let me just sum up where we are. We think we presented an application that dealt painstakingly with the details of this building, of its history, of how you would construct an accessory building for parking of cars in this century for that property, maintaining the big spruce tree, maintaining the architectural style. We presented a number of alternatives. We think the one we chose is the one that's most in keeping with the architecture and least obtrusive. But quite frankly, the ordinance permits accessory uses of garage parking. It's a normal residential use. I put this plan back up, the photograph back up, because you can see that while not all, a large number of the remaining of the other houses in the district that border us around Luella Circle all have their garages. Their cars are parked inside. Why the one mansion would be subject to, from a visibility standpoint even, and from a perspective standpoint, the parking of cars for whether it's the existing number of units or the number of units that we propose, which would be less, and have to park those outside in the elements and have the refuse containers and so forth outside in the elements like they are. I don't think that's what your HARB ordinance was intended for. It was intended to make sure that when you provided those types of uses, they were consistent. Those accessory types of uses were provided in a way which architecturally fit in, which design-wise fit in, with location-wise fit in. We don't have any abutting neighbors, but we are within our setbacks. We're providing it in a way that decreases the amount of parking, decreases the amount of traffic that will be coming to and from this site. And unfortunately, the answer that we got back was, in essence, you can't build anything as an accessory vehicle for automobile parking, accessory building for automobile parking on this site. You're unlike your neighbors. They can see it because you're in the center, and therefore you can't build one. That's what we think was the inappropriate answer, and we think we provided them with everything that was needed for them to take the right step and say, if you're going to do that, a permitted use, you've got to do it in the way most consistent with your building, with this site, and that's what we think we've done. Thank you.
All right, at this point, I want to open it up to public comment. Could I just see a show of hands of all the folks that are out for this agenda item? Okay, so we have pretty much everyone that's here at this point is out for this agenda item. What I would like to do is have everyone come up and speak, but if at all possible, if you could elect some speakers to speak on your behalf and yield your time to them to consolidate your thoughts. You're all welcome to come up and speak, though, if you'd like to speak. I don't want to limit any speech here, but I do want to make sure that we get done this segment before midnight, or I won't be here because these guys are going to hit me over the head. So please come on up. Please state your name, your address, and your concerns with the current plan, and how it relates to the HARB decision and what's before us.
Good evening. Before we get to public comment, my name's George Nagel. I'm on the HARB board, and I just want to address a few points, and Cam will follow up. I'll follow up with John's conversation on the ordinance itself. The very first sentence in the section dealing with intent states that the purpose is protecting historic areas located in Radnor Township. And they're known as the Radnor Historic Districts. And there's 3 districts: North Wayne, Luella Court, and South Wayne. Luella Court, by far the smallest district. Whenever we have an application in front of us, as John correctly pointed out, under the ordinance, we are limited to, I'll find it here. We're limited to certain design guidelines that are set forth in the ordinance. And it's under F, right?
I think it's page 5, design guidelines.
That's right, okay. I got it. I should know these by heart now. But we're challenged with only considering aspects of the application that are relevant to the historical aspects of the specific district. And the ordinance sets out a number of guidelines that we may follow in addition to other considerations. Now, in the letter that was mentioned earlier, there were 2 specific guidelines mentioned, but I would say there's a number of guidelines that we've kind of looked at in these types of situations. Specifically, Section 178-7F, if you look at number 1, preserving the overall relationship between the width of the front of the building and the height of the front of the building. As you can see from the pictures that were up, the addition that's been suggested here doesn't quite double the footprint, but it's a very significant increase to the footprint of that existing property. The second consideration, preserving the overall relationship amongst the buildings within each district's development pattern. And then finally, number 7, preserving compatibility with surrounding buildings in each district. The point that really hasn't been discussed yet, the concern that we all had on the hard board wasn't necessarily the type of roof panels or the color. In fact, we thought they did a very good job along those different lines. The problem is the scope and scale of this addition in this very tiny historic district. And we felt, and obviously these are guidelines, this is not like a zoning ordinance where there's strict rules, it's a subjective process, but we all felt that the significance of the scope and scale and size of this project had a detrimental effect on the historical aspects of that historic district. And I'll let Cam discuss some of the issues on the scale.
Hi, it's Cam Lacey, 126 Poplar. An architect in the township and also the chair of the HARB. I think that the misconception that everybody has, Holloway's group, is that we're looking at this as, we're not considering what he gave us at all, and we are, but what we're looking at are character-defining features, which are outlined in what we're trying to review. And in Luella Court, one of the huge character-defining features is that it is a court, it has a mansion, it has open space, and it's surrounded by a ring of newer housing, but that's all within the district. It's all been designated as an historic district. So we looked at the whole entire site as a character-defining site. And the character definition there was that it had open space to the mansion. The mansion used to be on 200 acres plus, and over the years it's shrunk down to where it is now. This is the last piece of it. And we felt that as a character-defining piece of Luella Court, it was extremely important to maintain that open space. So we wanted the applicant to explore all of the different things he was trying to do, and we offered, can you show us this, can you show us that? We voiced our concerns. Most of it had to come down with massing, and that's a concern that is through it, whether you're looking at a cornice or the height of a roof or a pitch of a roof or the footprint. In this case, the footprint's the key to this whole massing issue and the degree of open space versus solid. And it's not open space in the terminology of zoning or anything else where it's public open space. It's open space in between construction. So we looked at it in that respect, and we appreciate all the details that he gave us, but in the end it was a big mass that didn't fit on the site, and that's the key to our decision. When he proposed the underground piece, it was sort of an afterthought, and we sort of said, well, let's explore that, because then you would maintain your open space. And so there were some unknown issues that were not figured out quite right. There were some zoning issues and some other things. But we said, let's pursue that. The entry that was going purely east was not one that we wanted. It looks like they've gone a little further and looked at a loop or something else. But that was the direction we were headed. But at that particular point on April 6th, we had nothing else to discuss because there was no other real application that said, we could all say, yes, this works. So at the end of that meeting, we had to deny it. And that's pretty much the tale as I remember it.
So, sort of give me a set of principles under which you allow him to build an above-ground garage, if any.
Well, if you look at that area, and most of the character-defining qualities of this time period, any garage is an accessory building. It's an outbuilding. It's not attached. If you look at all the other houses that have garages, they're all detached, or they're underneath or something, but most of them are detached. The sheer quantity of garages that he's trying to put on the site does not really allow him to detach them. We were trying to see if he could put, 3 here, or, break it up, but there's no way to really do that in this scheme, to have 24 parking spaces. So we asked him to explore that, and there was no way to explore it, really. So then he went into looking at roof lines, which we asked him to look at to try to, create some massing differences that way. But in the end, it's still the same footprint.
So you didn't directly answer my question, but I think what you said is, in not so many words, you can't envision a scenario that you would allow him to build an above-ground garage, unless it's a couple of cars.
I don't see it with 24. I mean, it's the mechanics of making that work makes the footprint as big as the building.
Do you see it with 5, 10?
Well, we talked about that, and he said that it wouldn't economically be feasible.
I understand, but I'm just asking you your perspective.
It's possible.
Would it be possible to have surface parking, utilizing the existing area where the parking lot's located?
Yeah, I mean, there's no construction there, so it's not a massing issue. There's parking there now. So.
And if you were to take out the existing garage, which is directly adjacent to that parking area, you could probably get fairly close to 24. Is that right?
I think he's got 19 now, something like that. So, you could expand that probably to make that work.
Right. So, I mean,
there are options.
What Kaz is talking about is its project is economically driven by what he perceives to be the buyer's needs, which are two-car garage.
Exactly. Because we discussed would one-car garages work, because we were trying to shrink that mass in, and he said no, it would not. Okay.
Right, but surface parking without garages is certainly possible.
I mean, from our standpoint, it would not encroach into any built form, which would take away that massing issue.
I mean, I got a garage which mostly houses just old furniture that my wife picks up, and our 2 cars are outside in the driveway. So, okay.
Yeah. Anything else?
Cam, I want to thank you for coming out tonight. The board did receive a copy of the letter from Mr. Ballman to the applicant, but what we didn't get was a synopsis of the discussion at the HARB, and this has been very helpful. Gives us a good sense of where you went, where you didn't go, and what thoughts you went through, your committee went through when you analyzed this issue. So thank you for coming out.
You're welcome. Does anybody else, do you have anything else to? We have 2 other board members if you want to get their recollection too. Or
If they can add additional context to this?
My name is Andrea Pilling, and I live at 706 Church Road in Wayne. I just wanted to reiterate the fact that in the ordinance it says that the character-defining development pattern of Luella Court, which is why this became a historic district, and I'm reading this to you, is the Luella Court District's overall development pattern is a prominent focal large estate building in the center of a ring of smaller homes, sharing a particular range of scale with a central boulevard circulation pattern leading up to the middle of the front of the facade of the focal building. So that's why we felt that the open space was so important, because that is part of the character-defining development pattern as written in the ordinance. And,
but the ordinance doesn't refer to open space. It
Pardon?
refers to buildings.
Well, no, but it refers to a large estate building in the center of a ring of smaller buildings, and that ring of smaller buildings is what makes one of the characteristics that makes the area unique. it doesn't say open space per se, but that ring is a ring of buildings surrounding the large estate. The other thing it says is that that I just wanted to point out is that the smaller buildings in this historic district, while they're not as materially as large as the main building and certainly not as old, they still are significant and they still are considered to be contributing buildings to the district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, we'll thank you too. I'd like to hear more from the public at this point. Come on up, just state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Walter Gallus. I am the director of the Northeast Field Office for the National Trust for Historic Preservation. We have an office in Philadelphia located at 6401 Germantown Avenue. The Northeast Field Office serves Delaware, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. And the National Trust does this as its mission. It works with communities to help them save historic places, revitalize their neighborhoods, providing education, leadership, and advocacy, what you see me doing here tonight. We're a private nonprofit organization. We were chartered by Congress in 1949. We have 9 regional offices and field offices around the country, and our headquarters are located in Washington, D.C. Our work around the country, especially in the last few years, and we've talked a lot about that within our own organization, shows that historic and architectural review boards and historic preservation commissions are managing to carry out their mandates to protect historic resources in their communities, often under really very challenging circumstances. And we understand the hard work that these boards and commissions do. And I think that the dialogue that was just completed here with members of your HARB board was really important. I think that was some of the really important discussion that you heard here. And I want to reiterate what, as we would feel from this standpoint as well, that the Luella Mansion and Luella Court have an eminent history that dates back, of course, to the founding of Wayne. The development of the court in the early 20th century places the residents, as you've heard, that whole relationship, that was defined, that's why it was picked out. The relationship of the mansion as a central reference point, then the orientation around that ring, and these later houses that, yes, they're later houses, but they're historic. They're called out in your ordinance that they're early 20th century houses, that whole composition makes up what this district, this area is, and that the whole objective of your community establishing this district was to preserve that relationship, the relationship of those buildings and what that represents. So we really fully support the decision of the HARB, but I would add that, again, that this discussion about the concerns that the HARB had about massing and scale and the footprint is something that's what you want to look at in this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Kimmerly, and I'm with Preservation Pennsylvania, and I work in partnership with the National Trust for Historic Preservation. And I'm here to talk and speak on behalf of the HARB that Preservation Pennsylvania supports this decision of the HARB, and we hope that the Board of Commissioners will uphold their decision. And in general, we support HARBs throughout the state of Pennsylvania. I am a field representative. I travel all over the state of Pennsylvania. I have met with many HARBs and historical commissions and governing bodies, planning commissions about these same types of issues. As Walter said, you know, the process here is good. I think that you have a great ordinance. It is not too heavy on details such as paint colors and things like that. It's about massing. It's about spaces between buildings. It's about the introduction of new buildings into historic areas and how they can be done. And I believe that possibly with some type of compromise in this situation, such as spacing of the garages in some way, or reducing the number of indoor spaces, that possibly something could be reached here. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Byrne from Luella Court. I have a little presentation to give, but in the beginning I'd like to just take a few moments. I respect that you'd like to have comment time afterward. Are we able to have comment time after that as well?
I think we can, yeah.
Okay, I think that sounds like it's fair to me. If I look at the demolition plan, hold on just a second. I mentioned this in the HARB meeting. There are a couple things about the demolition plan which we really haven't gotten into great detail about very specifics or final plans. And I'm not sure how you know that this building can be justified without final plans, but we haven't gotten into a lot of that. But what we have gotten into, or one of the things that concerns me is this, that this driveway, or the walkway here, is all going to go. Which means that these people won't really be neighbors to us. They will be occupants to us. Now, that's not for the HARB to decide, but it is for you to consider. They'll come in their garages. They'll go underground. The issue of safety in Luella Court, I hate to say this because I will regret it later, but it's really a very safe little neighborhood. We all watch out for each other. But they'll be occupants. They won't really be neighbors. Another piece to this is that there's a beautiful set of stone steps on the western side of the building that's going to come out, which means that that entrance is going to change in some way. I don't know how because it hasn't really been described. But they are the steps that face Luella Mansion, or the Wayne Hotel. And their two landings are about 6 feet wide. They're just beautiful. So if you'd like to come take a look at them, that might be worthwhile. But we haven't really gotten into very many specifics. We've gotten into what they think. Well, we've concentrated greatly on the garages. So with that in mind, this is the historic packet that was done by Pennsylvania Historic and Museum Commission. It outlines all the buildings. It says why we are what we are and why it is a district, not a specific building alone by itself. We are characteristic of early railroad development, and that railroad development is a large building with a ring driveway and smaller buildings around it that were infill later on. So this is the whole, this kind of ends the debate about whether the cottages are included or not. The cottages are included by the Museum Commission, and if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for me. Okay, now the presentation. I can get it open. It's not, the icon is not there. Hold on. Jim? Say it again? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, this is an aerial from the work done for the Wayne Business Overlay District. Disregard the yellow because that's not our district actually, but it does give you context which you've already received, but I didn't know you would have. So what I decided to do tonight is take the specifics of the guidelines and put some visuals behind them. So if we look at Section 178, the design guidelines, this reviews what is important about the mansion, and then some history about the mansion. At one point, Askin owned in 1860s, owned almost 300 acres, which is all of Wayne. Drexel and Childs bought the property in 1880. It was expanded for a hotel in the summer and a school in the winter. The cottages were added in the 20s and 30s. The district has largely been unchanged for 80-plus years, but the mansion, the remaining property on the mansion is only 1.3 acres. This comes to us from a friend and advisor who is in Cornell in graduate school studying historic preservation. This is the 3D model of the court as it exists today. Potentially, it could look like that. So that's Section C, character defining development patterns. That's a major change to the pattern. If I go back up, the greenhouse that was described today is to the near side, to the center of the picture of the garage. But you can see that it's massively larger what's being proposed. We like the idea of the trees to exist. I think it was, Cass, you said 11 trees that are coming out on the side yard. We like the idea of them being added. We think they're in a cumbersome location, especially as they get larger. I mean, they'll be really nice in 50 years, but who's to say what the world will look like then? Another purview of the Harb is the view shed. So this is standing at Cowan's Flowers, looking up at the garage and the trees. If you're standing at that same spot and the proposal goes through, that's the way it will look. Now that only shows you 4.5 of the garages. There will be 6 in the favored plan. So within the purview of the Harb is architectural additions and features proposed visible from the public right-of-way. But that's not the only place where the garages will be noticeable. This is a view from one of the neighbors' backyards looking south at St. Mary's Steeple and at the existing 2-car garage on the mansion ground. If you're taking the Paley local home, or if you're going into the city for work, that's what it could look like. You see the trees are gone, the little ones have been added, but that's what they're going to see. So I guess it's fair to say that if you're riding the train, if you're walking Lancaster Avenue, if you're having a meeting and a coffee at Starbucks, or if you're shopping in the court, is this what we want people to see when they think of Wayne? Or would we rather have them see mostly the mansion and not it's not an accessory building, actually, that's not correct. It's an addition to this. Another characteristic of the design lines that is supposed to be reviewed by the Harb is the building as it relates, this was said by someone else earlier, and preserving the overall development pattern in the district. And again, we are early railroad development district. Today, potentially in the future, again, that's only showing 3 of the garages. There'll be 3 more. So I'll sit in my sun porch at night, and I'll look right out at these beautiful garage doors. So I've learned through the last 8 to 10 years a lot about the development process as it occurs, because Luella Court is a fantastic location. And what I've learned is that sometimes people just keep saying the same things over and over again and hoping that someone will bite. But that's not always the case. So I added a couple other from the conversation tonight. Cass was explaining that he worked a lot on the effort of marrying the 2 buildings. And marrying the 2 buildings, it makes sense to me, and I think he absolutely did really try to marry the 2 buildings well. But the 2 buildings have to live together forever. It's not just putting them together, it's keeping them together and making them look nice. So marriage and living are different things. The other one is that the pavers being proposed in the current plan, his A plan, his impervious coverage is 39.996%, and R4 allows 40%. But in order to accomplish that, he's taken out the sidewalks in the demolition plan, he's taken out the steps in the demolition plan, and his driveways, unless it's changed, and I'm not aware of it, his driveways are not full driveways, they are single tire paths, 4 of them per garage door. I don't even know if that's allowed, but that's what's being proposed. We on the court have been also hearing repetitively that we don't believe in private property rights. That's a fallacy. that we're anti-development. Now, we just went through the reconstruction of the Wayne Hotel, or a lot of it. We went through SEPTA and Amtrak's work. We don't have anything against thoughtful, what we consider thoughtful, sensitive development. We don't believe that this is that. We don't believe the yard is ours. I have my yard. I don't want to have to cut the grass and maintain that yard, but it certainly is nice to look at. And we really haven't seen a comprehensive plan of the entire building itself. But my favorite is that everyone keeps saying it's a by-right plan. It's not a by-right plan. We know for sure it has land development issues. We believe strongly it has zoning issues. No matter how many times you hear it or how many times it's said, it doesn't always ring true.
What zoning issues do you believe it has?
I'm not sure yet, and I don't want to say that until I know. I don't like to say what I don't know.
Why did you say it has? We believe it has zoning issues.
I believe it has zoning issues because it's changing. We know for sure, this we do, we have had confirmed, that it's a change in use. So the ownership between apartments and condominiums flips it into land development. But we're trying to figure out other things that I'm not going to say unless I know for sure, because I don't like it when people...
But you just, go back to your slide for a second. You articulated clearly to me why you think there's potential land development issues, but you are unwilling to defend the statement you made that you think there are zoning issues.
Well, let me just say, that's not necessarily germane to this decision before the board tonight, if we're to accept or deny the HARB decision. I don't know if we should get into any of the zoning or subdivision issues.
No, I'm just correcting the use of the term by right.
I respect what you've said.
Yes.
When you talked about the change in impervious and loss of sidewalks, and those are decisions that will have to be looked at as it goes through zoning and whatnot, but not necessarily by this board tonight.
But agreed. But I do. What I'm commenting on is.
But
my
it is
observations.
contextual. So.
Yes, if people keep, if you say it enough times, somebody's going to buy it. But and I'm dismissing what I know to be not factual and not willing to comment on what I don't know is true. Yet. Thank you.
Actually, Sue, before you leave, it would seem to me that you are a resident on this street and that you are being vocal about it and seem well prepared.
Thank you.
Do you sense that there is a compromise with this applicant, with this application? Because, quite frankly, when I think about historical preservation, this is all a moot point if we don't preserve the mansion. Mm-hmm. And we've seen far too many times where historical properties are being raised because they're not finding a creative use, reuse. Mm-hmm. So what would help me, at least me personally, when I have to vote on something like this, is that I know that there is a potential for a compromise that would allow both the preservation of the mansion and preservation of the district, such that everyone's happy.
Yes.
And maybe that's the goal. That's why we're here tonight. We've spent an enormous amount of time on this, but I think it's well worth it, because if we come up with a compromise, we save the mansion, and we save the district. So
I don't think the mansion is as ill as it is being made to be. I think it has some time.
Maybe not presently, but I just,
yes.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but I just know that this township is facing very difficult decisions about maintaining the mansions that we own, and we recognize that without creative reuse that we may not be able to maintain those structures. So we had the same concerns and issues maintaining structures. It may be in perfect condition today, but what's the long-term strategy to preserve that mansion? And is this part of it or not? And what's the compromise?
Well, I think that this is very early in the process. I mean, very, very early in the process. We know that. And I think there are a lot of choices in town. I am not a believer that everything has to be luxury condominiums. I believe in affordable housing. One of the things that the court does is it lets you live in a nice spot if you have something, if you choose to, and you don't have to have $1 million in order to do it. And I've noticed that the trend in some of the other developers I keep an eye on is that they are going to apartments. A lot of the big guys are going to apartments because that's what Nobody wants to own homes anymore. We already have 3 in walking distance to my home, and some of them have done better than others, but I don't think any of them have sold fully yet. And if they have, the prices have been greatly reduced lately, the square footage prices. So I don't have anything against Cass. Cass and I have talked about things. We just are agreeing to disagree, and we're agreeing to disagree probably pretty strongly. But that's what this process is about. So yes, I think there's a compromise. But I really didn't buy my little cottage to look at a set of garage doors. And the analogy that's been used in the past that I don't think Cass is happy with either, but I think it fits as it looks like a high-end self-storage unit to me. When I look at that, I could be driving down the Blue Route looking at those garage doors. They're better quality doors, I'm sure. They have better style and everything else, but they're massive. So, yes, I'm sure there's a compromise.
A statement like that appears to me as if you are infringing on his property rights, because what you've essentially said is, I don't like the view that this new building creates for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's his property.
It's not his property.
Well, it would be if he bought the building.
If. It is my private property. Mine is mine. His is not his yet.
Right? But if whoever owns it has the right to put up a garage there, just like it's being described.
Okay.
Well, outside of the
Somebody-
historic district, that may be true.
Right.
But because this is in a historic district, that may not be true. So
Correct, which
we
is
need to
why
be
we did
careful
this.
with that.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board for Sue? No? We'll open up to more public
Thank you,
comment.
Susan.
Thank you. As we push
I'll
our
ask
way
that everyone-
forward, I told you I'd be back. Incidentally, in all due respect, private property is not unlimited property. You can't put a slaughterhouse on that land. So there are always some rules that both for private property, public property, and people's property.
George,
Yeah.
please state your full name for the minutes.
Oh, yes. My full name is George Strimmel. It's 47 Luella Court in Wayne, Pennsylvania, and very happily. And incidentally, I have no garage. So we get along with no garage, and many of the others have no garage. There is a solution here. It's been mentioned, and that is more sensitive use of the land. That's the real secret. Not too long ago, and I must admit I'm prejudiced. I went to the University of Virginia, where Mr. Jefferson's architecture is revered. I went to Pembroke College at Cambridge, where Mr. Christopher Wren's architecture is revered. We don't like to see the whole, and it's all about the whole. It's a balance between people and property, and the solution can be easily solved. Not easily solved, but it can be sensitively solved. I was down for a reunion of my old Army unit, the 57th Field Hospital. We served overseas. We got back together, all of us getting a bit older, but whatever it was, we did serve together, and we did it at Williamsburg, Virginia. You don't see a lot of great, huge garages there, but you do see places for cars and places for people. I'm not saying we put back dirt roads or anything of that sort, or bring out horses and wagons, but the fact is there are ways to approach that land which is there. 19 cars fit into it today, maybe sometimes more. That's really what it's all about. You've heard it from the hard people. It's about the massing of this whole thing. And we respect people's private property, absolutely. And if we were ever on that property, it was by invitation and by leave. It was not that we ever trespassed. It was there because it was okay to be there. Right now, the main thing is to keep the place looking good. I live in one of those humble houses that has some historical interest, as a matter of fact, even though it has obviously no garage. But under any circumstances, it is something special. I came here and lived there and chose to be there because it is special. It's all about that we're really, and you'll hear it from others. I'm just one of the spokesmen. But the fact is that there's something special here, and we don't want to lose it. We don't want to see the mansion go, and there's no indication it will. It really is a valuable place. But let's think it sensitively and make it appropriate That's all. The certificate says appropriateness. Let us make whatever the solution is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's Park. I had a few comments at the Harb as well, and they've all been made. But I wanted to point out that this is strictly an appeal from the Harb, and it should go back there regardless. You're not here to, if I could estimate, you're not here to make an overall conclusion. I don't think you should hear this as a brand new case, or de novo, as they say. I think that you're here to see if the Harb made an error of law, or if they misperceived fact, and I think that would contribute to the overall process intended by our charter.
Jim, with all due respect, we're following the Harb ordinance because it's an appeal that has to be made to the Board of Commissioners. We are charged under the ordinance to make that decision as to whether or not we agree or disagree with the Harb. That's it.
Right. But I wanted to point out, you'll ultimately, if this moves ahead, you will have the ultimate complete overview. I don't think that's here. I think that you're limited to the how the Harb handled it and the reasons they denied it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Bowers, and I live in the mansion at present. And it's disturbing me that I realize that we are only here to rule on the garages tonight, but at some point I wish that we would also think about the mansion itself and its value to the community and how that will change. To me, when something is right, there's a way to do it. I realize I'm a little naive that way, but I continue to feel that way. And to me, it would be right that the community would still be able to visit the mansion and use the mansion, and the mansion would stay essentially the same as it was. Under this present plan, you're taking out the windows that, are a great architectural detail. You're taking out everything inside. All of the architecture inside is going to be gutted. You won't have the building the way it was when it was the founder of Wayne's home, when these wonderful architects made it, when it was made into 10 or 15 years later a hotel. You won't have that. You won't have what the school was there. I mean, to me, the township should care about that. I mean, the history of Wayne is very much in this building, and in my opinion, humble as it may be, it should stay there. I really think the Historical Society of Wayne should be in there, and I think that there's a way to do that. I mean, I think there's a way for the township to work with maybe someone who wants to make it apartments, for somehow them to go into partnership where it could also have an historical part of the building there for the township to enjoy, and the people can actually come into the building and see the building that is part of the foundation of this community. And I wish that that would at some point be considered before this present plan was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a point of process. The Board of Commissioners tonight can vote to uphold the Harb decision or to reverse the Harb decision, but in light of what was brought to us, it would probably lead us to putting this back to Harb at some point to address all of the other issues, because we're simply going to be ruling, if we rule tonight at all, on the denial. So I think it would be important to have that committee look back at this. That's my opinion, my own personal opinion. Any more public comment?
Signed by all the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Cynthia Munger, and I live at 31 Llewellyn Court. And to address a couple of the issues, and I think really to sort of talk about the big elephant in the room. The point here that a lot of us are talking about is that, and I'll go to the letter that was sent, garages will be necessary to Holloway's restoration. That's not true. And there's any number of reasons why that's not true. We're talking about this from the perspective that an historic district needs these garages in order for those condos that are being developed to be sold. That without them, they won't be saleable. And that's not true. And there's no proof that it is true. And I think we need to look at it from the perspective that there's a lot of development that can go into that mansion. And I think what's important here, too, is to address the issue. Are we committed to maintaining and being assured that that mansion will be restored? And the answer is yes. Whatever is determined to be the best restoration approach to the mansion, there is no question that the neighborhood is 100% behind maintaining that mansion so that it will go on for a long time. I think we can put that one to bed. But the issue here, too, is if you look at our historic district, think of us as the brand of Wayne and the characteristics of Wayne. We've got to start, we look at what Harb did. Harb actually takes a look at something a lot bigger than just the historic district. And I think that's what its value brings. They're experts. They're experts that you have vested as experts. They did their research. And not all of them agreed at the onset that this community should be preserved. But more importantly than anything else, the brand of Wayne is represented by our community. If you look at Best Places to Live, Mainline, 2 months ago, basically what it says is, when it talks about Wayne, this is a true community on the Mainline, the only one of 27 cities that was referenced as a real community, a village. And if you look at our historic districts and you compare it to the brand of Wayne, what we're really saying here is, first of all, it's walkable. There's walkability. It's very important. We're not dependent on cars and parking, which is traditional and a part of urban planning now that's becoming very popular as we move back into our cities. We're dependent on our transit system. It's not lost on us that we have a developer who insists that the only way they're going to sell those condos is to put 24 garage storage units on the green space, a stone's throw from a renovated train station, and a community that is built historically on the fact that we're a train community. We take the train. But even more importantly, we go downtown to Wayne and we spend our money. And we're going to have neighbors now that references are really not neighbors, so that they can come down an elevator, go through a protected area, get in their car, and take their money and go somewhere else to spend it. We're classified as an adjacent historic neighborhood, and that's how they define us in terms of the restoration experts. And what that means is that we're integrated into the fabric of Wayne and what Wayne stands for. Wayne is a train-related, it's centered around a train station. It believes in the transit system. It's walkable. We want to support our local businesses, and it's very prevalent in your comprehensive plan, that the two most important issues is maintenance and sustainability, your word, sustainability of Wayne and its historic business district and its historic districts. And we live together. Wayne started as a community that was self-sustaining. We lived and worked together. We bought our goods from the local stores, and we didn't leave. And that's how we are today. And by the way, I don't have a garage. And I came from a 3-car garage in a huge house that didn't have one. And I went through garage withdrawal for about a month. And then you know what? It didn't fit. It wasn't necessary, and I didn't need it. And lastly, we haven't explored all the options to make this a viable alternative. And I think that's really important here. But there is tons of data and information that unequivocally says that you don't have to provide in an urban setting, in a historic district, two garages or 2 storage units for cars and be profitable. That's what's flawed here. The process and the concept is flawed. It doesn't fit with the unique characteristics of a historic district. And I don't think we should lose that. That's really important. And that's what we're trying to get across. So thank you very much, and hopefully you'll uphold your HARB. They did a really good job.
Thank you, Cynthia. I'll just a point of the record, I received a petition signed by 19 persons living on Luella Court, and I'll just enter this into the record for tonight. Come on up.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
In the meantime, given the time, and I know
Yes.
there's a lot more conversation here, I'm going to ask that Resolution 2011-57 and 2011-58 be removed from the agenda, and then we'll place that back on in May. If that's okay with the board.
Okay. So 2011-57 and 2011-58?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you want us to vote? We'll vote on that when we get to it? To table, to
Right, just,
postpone?
right, to bring it back in May.
Yeah, okay. We'll wait until that, but
Okay.
so noted.
I just want to let the board know that.
Yeah,
that-
and then public
time.
notice.
Sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, thank you for listening to all this. Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. My wife and I own an historic property in the South Wayne Historic District, and I'd like to address just briefly one of the issues that was brought up before that is somewhat indirectly related, but I think it does bear some explanation. And in doing so, I'd like to read a sentence, which is in fact a full paragraph from the third page of the letter that the applicant sent to the board, to Matt. A second fact which we find essential to a proper evaluation of the application is the fact that the very same neighbors who now object to an otherwise by right application to construct a garage fought to have the underlying zoning of the mansion changed to R4, in turn creating the very by right nature of the application which they now object to. The letter only mentioned by right twice. It was used extensively in the HARB meetings. And what I'd like to address is the fact there are multiple submissions, which I think is problematic in and of itself for this situation or before planning or for Saldo. But whether under R4, the current zoning, and I'll talk about that briefly, or under the old R5, none of these three plans is by right per zoning. This is what Susan was referring to, and I think it's important, given Kevin's question, to address that. Let me just go ahead and address the R4, because that is the current zoning situation. And I will be brief, trust me on this.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that this is relevant to the decision on the historical nature.
I'm just trying to answer the letter and
I see.
problem
Okay.
already brought up.
I'll allow it.
Because the other thing I would like to bring up is to the process, in general, the process that I think prior to going to HARB, just like we do with Saldo, all zoning issues should be resolved before appearing before the HARB board, and that's not currently required. So as a side note, I'll bring that up. But very briefly, in R4, a multi-dwelling unit, which Luella Mansion is not a permitted use. So you have a non-conforming use, albeit grandfathered in. The building, amongst other things, is the height is too tall for the R4 district, and by the way, would also be too tall for the R5 district, is a non-conforming building. So what you really have come into play is under our zoning district, our zoning code 28101, it talks about non-conforming uses and non-conforming lots and non-conforming buildings. And I'll just read briefly from 28101, as I said, non-conforming uses, structures, and lots. Section A is non-conforming uses. And under number 2 there, and remember we have a non-conforming use and a non-conforming building in this case, the non-conforming use of a building shall not be extended or enlarged, and a non-conforming building shall not be extended or structurally altered except insofar as is required by law to assure the structural safety of the building, unless the zoning hearing board shall, as a special exception, authorize the extension of a non-conforming use of a portion of the building throughout the building or the limited extension of a building on a lot. The zoning hearing board may grant such special exception provided that, and there are 4 conditions, I'll just read the first one. It is clear that such extension is not materially detrimental to the character of the surrounding area or the interests of the township. And there's other dimensional ones and things. But clearly we have a non-conforming use and a non-conforming building here. So any extension of the building whatsoever would require a special exception from the zoning hearing board with particular requirements. And to be the same issues, there's different issues, but there's a lot of zoning issues that would exist in R5. Actually, the applicant has the luxury of going from R5 to R4 because R5 has much more stringent front yard setbacks. They're 50 feet versus the 30 feet he's dealing with here. The impervious there was 36, and now it's 40. So there are some advantages to R4, but in either case, there are still a myriad of zoning issues, in addition to the saldo issues that Susan alluded to, because this has to go through the subdivision process for that. So hopefully that, Kevin, gives you a little more background on that.
John Rice, do you agree with everything he just said?
It is a non-conforming use issue. This is an issue that came up last week. Matt and I have not had a chance to go over it. I don't know when it went from R5 to R4, but R4, it is a non-conforming use now. It's pretty clear to me that under the provisions that Baron read that any kind of extension requires a special exception. The extension here are the garages, whether it's above ground or underground, is the way I look at that.
And also, if they weren't attached and they were a truly accessory building, which they're not, there'd be other issues that come into play, but I just want to address what the plans in particular are addressing right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy Fleming, and I live at 17 Luella Court, and we also own 29 Luella Court. And so the last speaker, when he was talking about nonconforming use, when this was changed from R5 to R4, this was an issue for my husband and I, because 29 is in two dwelling units. And so we decided that in order to keep the court and the nature of the court, that we would sacrifice being able to increase our building drastically and still be able to conform with the HARB because of the way the public right-of-way. But we decided that it was the best thing for the nature and the historical and cultural and social history of this court to preserve it. And I feel that that consideration should be taken to someone who I don't believe that he has to have garages. And this whole nature that the garages have to be entered, and then they have to have this hallway, and then they drive their cars into this court, and then we don't even see them, at all. If you look at the historic district all through Wayne, you have some of these garages. They're so far away from the house that, you park closer to the door anyway to unload things, and then if you're going to use the garage, you put them in the back. If you look at the drawings, is it possible to bring one up?
Be my guest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second Empire. And although it's massive, there is such an elegance and a lightness to it. You compare that to this mass of garages, and they just don't fit. They just architecturally don't fit. I mean, I've heard all of this work that was done on them, and there's just... That's all I can say on it. Also, the other issue is that on this elevation you can see on the south side, as you come up the court, how low it is. And so you're staring up into these buildings. In essence, if this plan goes through with these garages, what's going to be wonderful for the residents of the mansion is that they have this spectacular view coming down. It is truly spectacular. They hardly see, there's a church on the one side, it's all green. You have these storefronts that are consistent from the early development. They haven't changed except for maybe the colors. What you're giving the rest of the district is that all of the homes are going to be looking in garages. Now, I have been in almost every single one of these homes. This is a twin. This is a single, twin. And these are twins. When you look in the back, in your kitchen, you look straight out to your front. In every one of these homes, all we are going to see are garages. Nothing else. That's it. The only houses that are somewhat spared are the ones directly on the curve. That's this house, even the single. On hers, it's the living room, dining room. So when she's sitting on that furniture, she's going to be looking straight at the garages. I've sat in the furniture. I've looked at it. You don't see anything else. For most of us, we don't see the mansion until we step out of our houses. And we walk these streets. We walk around this court because we love it so much. So the twins, they're going to be looking directly, at that. I was sitting at my dining room table. I live right here. Sitting at my dining room table. I was in my kitchen, looking straight out, and that's all I'm going to see. The same on this side. That's the impact. Now, in all of the meetings for the Harb, we were talking about the public right-of-way. This is a historic district. This was a hotel. It was the very beginning of Wayne. You had Drexel and Childs building the Bellevue. The whole essence of the development of Wayne was because you brought the people from Philadelphia. They were summertime residents, and then it built. We have none of that. This tiny little section is all that we have left from that heyday. The other districts are residential districts. They're fabulous. They're wonderful. This is different in the sense that it represents Askins, but it also represents the heyday of the hotels. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Judy Stroll. I live at 47 Luella Court. I just have two very, very brief things. One is the tree on the north side of the property. I don't see it on the plan, the very, very large tree. Is that going to remain?
The beech tree or the beech?
Yeah. On the north side?
The beech tree, I believe, is approximately 44 inches. It has a large cavity inside, so we're going to test it. The arborist said he recommended that there's some kind of probe he can put in and figure out if it can be corrected or something can be done to it to make sure it stays. But there's a large cavity inside it, so I don't know the answer to your question right now.
I would guess that it would come under the shade tree purview in any event. So my second point that I wanted to make is 30 plus years ago, Walter Cronkite bought a house and he paid $175,000 for it, which was a lot of money 30 some odd years ago. There was no garage. He never put one up. That estate just sold that house for $11 million and there's still no garage. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you? Good evening. My name is Patrick Nolan. I live on West Avenue. However, my son lives on 27 Luella Court, which I guess
About right there, directly in line.
with the storage spaces. Garages. Excuse me. Two things I'd like to do before I start is I'd like to take some exception to 2 points that were made to you as part of the argument for the acceptance of this plan. One of them was to the effect that the neighbors had the right to their garages, and therefore the mansion should have the right to its garages. To my knowledge, I don't know of any garages on that street. My son doesn't have a garage. The house to the right of him does not have a garage. The house to the right of them does not have a garage. To the right of them does not have a garage. To the right of them does not have a garage. So that presentation and that justification for a more serious consideration that these garages should be installed is an argument, I think, that has some credibility begging. Okay? Secondly, and I mean this respectfully, I'm not trying to be obtuse. It was said by Mr. Holloway that his plan, assiduously put together, meticulously put together, carefully put together, involving all information that he could acquire, put together, was presented, and to a degree, it was not honored by the HARP. His sense was that it was dismissed, there was no subsequent discussion, and what I would like to suggest is that when a developer is going to develop something, and he's going to put something as obviously potentially controversial as this into an historic space, he has to anticipate, number one, adversarial, community. But he also has to understand that no matter how delicate, no matter how extensive his preparations have been, it does not constitute an obligation upon the HARP group or an obligation upon you as commissioners to oblige him by according him the garages. Anyone developing must know that it's a crapshoot. He is either going to succeed or he's not going to succeed. He's going to meet opposition. The opposition hopefully is hoping to be successful. And I'd just like to set that aside as an issue that is not to be seriously entertained. Now, there's one other thing that I'd like to introduce opening, and that is it's another statement of Mr. Holloway's. Mr. Holloway at one point, and I'll use just the two words that are most important in my presentation, is that he said this building was, quote, so massive, unquote. Now, I just want you to hold on to that concept for a moment to begin with. And then to that, quote, so massive building is going to be appended 24 garages, 2 garages to each 12 spaces. The template was put up as to what they would look like. And if you take a so massive building and you append to it a rather really overly extended garage area for that particular space, you're into overkill. You are into massification of space. And you are also involved with a look that, if you forgive me, and I don't mean to be too facetious, has a storage locker appearance, punctuated by a few small trees. And everybody is going to live with that. Everybody's going to look at that. Everybody is going to have to live, shake hands with that. And for the rest of their life, they're going to have to raise their children there. My son has a 2-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old son. And they're going to have to live confronting that every day. All right, so I just set those aside as prefaces to what I'd like to say. I've never done this before. I've never spoken before this group ever before.
You're doing a great job.
Flattery will get you everywhere. The first time I spoke, I happened to say something that was material to me, and I'd like to try to make it material to you. I talked about, walking up this path here, which I don't think Wayne takes the opportunity to really take advantage of, I might add. And as soon as you get to this particular point, you start walking left around it. There's nothing there. It's just grass, a couple trees, and that's it. There's nothing there for about half the footprint of the property. And my observation at that particular time was, in this day and age, nothing is something. And what I'd like to simply try to stress for a moment is just think of that for a minute. We're into a world right now where virtually everything is becoming man-made. Everything is man-made. Man-made things are filling space everywhere, everywhere. Along the main line, further on out, all the way here to the river, all the way from here, boom, out to Westchester Pike. And if you think about it for a moment, when you're walking anywhere along the main line, or let's say Lancaster Avenue from Ardmore all the way out, you can look at man-made things and never even pay attention to them. But if you look at open space, which I prefer to call free space, because it creates that sense of freedom within people just to have it there to look at and breathe. Nothing is something, and in my view, that is a compelling argument to keep that space as it is. Now, one of the things that you have to recognize is, and I'm sure you do because you deal with this all the time, space is a rarity. My understanding is, and I've lived in this area now for 9 years, Cowan Field is open space, but it's for kids. Adults don't go there at all, to my knowledge, unless they're walking their children. You got the school with those meticulously prepared grounds for 2 years, and that's open space. That's public open space. It can't be used. It's mostly for sports. The other open space is North Wayne. The thing that is the case here is not only is space rare, but we're talking about rare space in a rare place. And that has to be seriously considered. Now, one of the things that I asked myself the last time I spoke here was what makes Wayne Wayne? And a young lady, Ms. Munger, just before said a village. And Wayne likes the idea of being a village. It advertises itself. It publicizes itself. It's proud of the fact that it's a village. And the thing about a village is, immediately you think of village, you think of small scale. You think of a scale which is somewhat amenable to the issue of walking, an area that has maybe 2 levels, 3 at most. Everything is balanced. Everything is in proportion. Even there is almost as much sky as there is land that you look at. As a village, there is an open sky element to Wayne. And one of the things which basically is the case here is that, with only one exception, Wayne has been very, very consistent in maintaining the area that way. The one exception is the monster. I live in the shadow of AT&T for an hour and a half every morning. And that space is so massive that you don't even get the sense that it's going up 20, probably 24 floors on that tower. It dwarfs everything around it. And I might simply suggest to you, keying on the phrase that Mr. Holloway used earlier, this area, this building is so massive, and you're obligated, I think, to at least appreciate the same arguments that Hartward's undertaking, and that is the sense of proportion and scale between the building and what's attached to it in relationship to its immediate surroundings. And what I'm trying to suggest to you is that with respect to that space, that building, especially when appended with those garages and that footprint, it is going to stand in relationship to that circle the same way that AT&T stands in relationship to the rest of the entire town of Wayne. My question to you is this. When does development end? When all free space has been wiped out? Because remember, this is free space in the very heart of Wayne. The school, you expect it to have free space, but you can't develop it. And you can't walk around it the same way that you can walk around this circle. Cowan Park and North Wayne Park, the same thing. They're fringe. As close in as North Wayne Park is, that's fringe. This is not a fringe location. This is the heart of Wayne. And so, when does development end? When all the natural disappears? When everything you're going to look at is man-made? And when there is no longer nothing, and there's only something?
Patrick, I'll ask that you, if you can, complete
All
your
right,
thoughts on this, because in the essence of time and also to the
right.
fairness of all those others that may want to speak tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll come back to just two or three important things to me, and I'll make them very quick. I mentioned my son, I have grandchildren on that circle right here at that turn. Now those kids go out on the little postage stamp lawn to play, and as they get a little bit older, they get adventurous, and they are going to start going into that street. Now I don't know if you've ever driven that street, but when you get to this point here, there are hedges. There's hedges all the way around. You don't have a visual line of sight to, let's say, the street directly in front of my son's home until you're practically within 20 feet of his driveway. Now, on top of the problem right now with just hedges, put garages in that location and ask yourself what is going to be the line of sight that's going to secure safety for children living in that area. Now, I don't mean to be facetious, but my question to you would be this. If anything happened to my children or my grandchildren in that street because the garages were up and there was no line of sight, could I sue you, the commissioners, for having agreed to put that garage setting in, and therefore that decision be partially responsible for the safety or the failed safety that my children experience? I have a last thing. I have a suggestion, a compromise. Mr. Holloway has done a lot of work, and that's to be respected. The community has done a lot of work, and the community is the one who's going to have to suffer through whatever development goes on there for a year, maybe two. So they got, call it money on the table. The township, however, is just making decisions. And so I'm going to suggest, is this possible? It's just a question I'm throwing out. I'm not even looking for an answer. Could the township put money on the table and declare that 10 or 12 or 16 of those parking spaces, which are right there, and dedicate them to the building as a way of promoting the beneficial restoration and maintenance of this historical and actually tourist inviting place. And if Mr. Hollowell felt it was appropriate, maybe he could say to his tenants, $500 a year for 1 car, 2-car parking in that space, and that goes to you, the township. But you've got space there that is not always used, even though it's got meters on it. And if the township were willing to sacrifice that space, Mr. Hollowell might be able to get what he wants and the community get what they want. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Harris. I live at 25 Llewellyn Court. Mr. Holloway might see Patrick's comments as being a taking of what is not public space, but private space. And, but he himself advertises his 102 Llewellyn building, 102 Llewellyn, as amazing standard features, unlimited green view. So he's taking the green view of the school. If the school district decided to put a school bus parking lot there, he would be a little upset, and his property, the property values would go down. I don't think he's considered what's going to happen to our property values. Also, there's a, I'm not sure if it's relevant to this situation, but there's a Section 27 of the Article 1 of the Pennsylvania Constitution says the people have a right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values of the environment. Pennsylvania's public natural resources are the common property of all people, including generations yet to come. As trustees of these resources, the Commonwealth shall conserve and maintain them for the benefit of all the people. So the state constitution states that the people have a right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of natural scenery, scenic and aesthetic values. That's something that I'm going to look into further. But I did want to say that we recognize that this is private property, but the scenic view belongs to us as well as to him. And if he can advertise the middle school grounds as part of his selling of his condos, then he's taking them as the same way we're taking him. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to get a sense of the board, if we're going to have a motion on this tonight, or if we want to defer this and postpone this into our next meeting.
I'd be happy to make a motion.
You would? Okay.
Still people here who want to talk.
Well, let me suggest this. Once the motion's made, and if we have a second, then there'll be opportunity for public comment on that motion. And maybe based on the motion, we'll not need to have a lot of public comment, or vice versa. So I'll entertain a motion at this point, because at this point, the board should not discuss this unless we have a motion on the table.
I would like to move that we support the recommendation of HARB and we deny this application in front of us.
I second that motion.
Okay.
Could I just
board comment?
ask for a clarification? Since this is an appeal from the HARB decision, shouldn't the motion be your motion that the appeal be denied.
Right. Right. The motion would be, I mean, you can have it both ways, supporting them, but ultimately denying the appeal by the applicant.
Fine, I'm so amended.
Okay, so the motion is to support the HARB denial and to deny the appeal.
And I'll second the amended motion.
All right.
Do
Any
you
board
want-
discussion on this motion?
Yeah, I have a couple comments that I'd like to give along with that motion. First of all, I'd like to say that, our HARB has been in existence for about 2 years now, give or take. In the 2 years that I've been watching their decisions come down, I never, ever once have seen any evidence of overreaching or abuse of discretion. I find them to be very reasonable. It's an extraordinary resource of experts we have on that board on the subject of historic preservation. I have no reason to believe that they would be abusing their discretion in this particular instance, as over the last 2 years we haven't seen that type of abuse, and to the contrary, we've seen them be very, very flexible and reasonable and realistic given today's dictates of development. With that in mind, I watched carefully both HARB hearings, and there is a lot of talk between the private property rights and what these neighbors are asking for. In the end, yes, this is absolutely private property, but this is private property in an historic district that we have designated a historic district. And not only that, this is an incredibly, extraordinarily important historic district. I mean, this is the mother lode of our historic districts. Every fourth grader in the Radnor public school system gets paraded up Luella Avenue to look at Mr. Askin's mansion, and every fourth grader learns about Mr. Askin and his 2 daughters. I mean, this is a part of the very fabric of our community. So the sensitivity and the scrutiny about this, what the historic district involves and what we're trying to protect, I think is well placed. I do not see, our HARB carefully examined this with their extraordinary expertise. They applied the code that we have asked them to apply, and they found, and we've heard it again tonight, again and again, that this particular design is, the scope and scale of it has a very negative effect of the character defining development pattern. That is that's straight out of our code. There's nothing inappropriate about that finding. And I would be very loath to question it, given their level of expertise compared to mine, and given the significance of this particular historic district that we have designated. Now, having said all of that, I completely agree that we want to find great, creative, adaptive reuses for our historic buildings that are going to last into the future and be economically sustainable. I hope that there is a happy compromise here where some sort of acceptable parking can find its place on this parcel without disturbing the defining development pattern that we have so zealously protected in our ordinance and with our HARB. I sense that will happen because this is an extraordinary property. It's an extraordinary idea to make it to update it so that people will move in and maintain it for years to come. But what we have been shown, this particular 24 garage unit, is not the answer. And I hope that at some point we see something else that is the answer. And that's mine.
John Rice, do you want to make any comments regarding this matter, or would you prefer not to?
First of all, I don't get the vote, so.
I understand, but you are our legal advisor.
Right, and you have an ordinance that has some broad standards in it. You have a recommendation in front of you, and you have an appeal. You can confirm with the HARB board. I gave you the 3 options earlier tonight. I'm not going to tell you that you can't deny the appeal. I'm not going to tell you that you have to overturn what the HARB did. It's a policy decision. I mean, you've got, what you have in your ordinance are pretty broad standards. That's what they applied in this case, and it's in front of this board to make a decision. I'd like to see more specific standards in the HARB ordinance, but they're not there. It is what it is for all three districts. They're all the same.
Any further board comment?
Yeah, I'm going to vote against the motion. My reasons are twofold. First is I think the denial is a double-edged sword. In order to maintain these properties, I think we have to use private property, and we have to include these contemporary uses. And then second, I have some troubles about the generality of our ordinance and using these generalities to restrict private property rights. So I think we need a more stringent, I think on the balance, I'm concerned with how the private property rights were restricted. So I will vote against the motion.
I'll just make my comment. I will be voting in favor of the motion on the table. After reviewing Section 178.7F2, Parts 2, 5, and 7, I believe that the current applicant's design violates the spirit of the district's character. And what I hope is that there can be a dialogue between the applicant and the residents of Luella Court to come up with a compromise that is both economically viable and also pleasing aesthetically and within the construct of the HARP ordinance. That is my comment.
I'd like to add Section 178-7, which provides design guidelines, provides mandatory guidelines in the first section, and only in subsection F does it get into what might be considered as not mandatory. I think that the comments from the HARB representatives this evening are illustrative of how they have followed what we decided years ago to be part of the historic preservation ordinance. I think Kaz has done some terrific work in this township, and I admire a lot of your work. But in this particular instance, I think you're overselling or overemphasizing the fact that you need garages, above-ground garages here, because it certainly does intrude into the historic nature of this district by creating a building whose mass is such that just doesn't fit in this particular space. We made a policy decision when we put the HARB into place to put limitations on development such as this. And I think this is the perfect example of why we put the HARB into place. And as much as I admire the work that you've done, Kaz, and I appreciate everything you've done here, I think that if you were to recognize the fact that above ground parking on a parking lot which could be reconfigured on this lot, I think you'd be selling this place like hotcakes. And I think that the people who would buy your condominiums would recognize the fact that you are doing the surface parking without the structures, preserves the space, preserves the historic nature of this court, and you'd have buyers who would be part of the community, who would not be going in these garages and into their building. They would become neighbors. So I think that for all those particular factors, I'm going to support the HARB and vote to deny your appeal.
Any further board comment? Public comment?
I just want to, for the purpose of the meeting tonight, indicate my displeasure with the fact that the board's made a motion, discussed their positions prior to the completion of the presentation. We asked for the right to stand up and address the issues that were raised. We have responses to many of the issues that are raised. Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you that I looked at number 5. I don't understand where you're coming from in number 5. Those are architectural items that this new construction tries to mirror. If you're talking about any discussion tonight about a step disappearing on the west side or something like that, that's not part of the presentation. That's not part of the application. So it wasn't even part of what Harb cited as their reasons. So I'm not sure where I go from here tonight. I think you've left me in a position that it's ineffective for me to stand up and to talk about the fact that you saw pictures, a presentation here purporting to show the effects of what would be there that specifically didn't even include the spruce tree. Didn't leave the spruce tree, they weren't representative of what's going to happen. You didn't let us talk about the fact that if you're looking at this from the north, it is down the hill, and you're not looking out at the view of, you're looking over much of it. But regardless of that, I've never been in an appeal process where the decision was given partway through the presentation. And so while I think
John,
that
excuse me for a second.
Yeah.
You're up talking, and you have every right to say what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if you can convince me otherwise, please be my guest. I simply gave you my thoughts on where I stood at that particular point in time. There has not been a vote taken.
No,
So
there have been
please go
4
right ahead.
people that have indicated that they intend to vote against the appeal.
And you can convince me otherwise. Go ahead.
No, I never indicated. All I did was second the motion.
No, you're right. I'm sorry, Mr. Nagel, you did not. I heard 3.
But let's be fair to this discussion, that we just heard from you and from Kaz and from the public for the last 2 hours and 45 minutes. So let's be fair. I did allow you to have a full presentation. You've shown every one of your drawings, and you've discussed this at great
But you
length.
did agree to let them come up at the end.
And I'm okay with that.
You did agree to allow some
But
at the end.
I'm being accused of not running this meeting fairly, and I think that's disingenuous.
And the Harb spoke after us and gave reasons that were different than what were in their written letter to us. The applicant, the people have come up and talked about zoning issues, which I disagree are there. I think the only non-conforming part of the building is its height. We're not increasing the height of the building. From the standpoint of use, multiple family uses are permitted in the R4 as a conversion of a building, and this certainly was converted at some point in time. I don't know whether it will require a special exception or not, but that issue was a red herring. The issue where I agree with Mr. Curley is that, I've stood here tonight and heard our opposition say that anytime you go into development, it's a crapshoot. You never know what you're going to come out with. Well, that's not the system of law. The system of law is you've got standards, and they're definable standards, and you're supposed to meet those definable standards.
Mr. Chairman.
I, quite frankly, don't think there are definable standards in this ordinance.
Excuse me one minute, John.
I'd ask that the question be called. Really, I think you've had the opportunity to express your case here to the board. I think you've heard the residents. I think to continue to go on, I think is really, excuse my language, is ridiculous. I think the question should be called at this point.
Okay, I want to have, John Rice, do you support?
Well, there's been a motion and a second, and Mr. Snyder wanted to have the final say, so I assume you're going to wrap up now.
I'm going to let my client wrap up.
Okay. You did agree to let them speak at the end.
I
have about 10 other points that were raised by them that I don't see any reason to discuss with you.
Right.
It's up to the board to control this, but there's been, like you said, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it's actually 2 hours and 50 minutes at this point.
And there's still more business on this agenda.
Yep.
I understand that, sir. And this has been a very fascinating process for me on a number of levels. John just talked about reiterating what a gentleman said earlier, a crapshoot. You know, development is by no means a crapshoot. I rely, and my family relies on development. Mr. Askin built that building back in 1865, not as a crapshoot, but he was a visionary. He built that building, and he ran into financial trouble in 1870, which a lot of us are going through right now. Radnor Township, a lot of people in this room, and it's very difficult to try to find ways to succeed. So when you look at a property, and I've just developed 2 other properties right in this immediate area, you look at what zoning allows, what the ordinances allow, and you make a decision whether to buy it or not. Okay? 102 Luella, I bought that 6 years ago. Radnor was building the school, building the new field, which the green space that is now that field has, I believe, 92 wellheads underneath it and the stormwater system for all of downtown Wayne. I don't think that field is going to be dug up anytime soon and made into a parking lot or anything else. So when we bought the property 6 years ago because we knew that. We relied on certain criteria that this board set for that property. We rehabbed Steepleview, which was a 3-story building, a 2-story building, and a 1-story building. And we built 10 residences above it, and our customers are very happy there. And that allowed for 1-car parking, and we have carports that this board allowed. The township changed under the Wayne Overlay District to requiring 2-car parking for each unit. I didn't make that. This board voted on that, and Mr. Bauman and everybody here. So you changed the game, which is fine, because I could never do Steepleview again because I couldn't build those 10 residences because it wouldn't comply under your new ordinance. So here I'm trying to restore a building that is an icon, as I said earlier this evening. I tried to come in a responsible way, and I have listened for 3 meetings to the neighbors who I understand. They're very upset. They don't want to see change. They don't want to look out their door and see something on that field. Okay? It's been called open space, which it is not. It's been called free space, which it is not. And it's been called green space, which it is not. What it is a property that the gentleman that owns it, the family that owns it, had no idea that when the zoning was changed from R5 to R4, that they wouldn't be afforded the same rights that everybody that lives on that cul-de-sac had. So I would like to say that please hold yourself to the same criteria you hold developers to. You say, here's our ordinances. If you want to build here, follow the law. That's what I did. That's what I brought before you. And now, because the neighbors feel that they have the right to insist that nothing be built on that, and I'll use their term, open space, green space, free space, because it's too massive, it shouldn't be allowed. Well, development is not a crapshoot. I spent a lot of money because I thought what I'm proposing is allowed. And I believe your laws say it is allowed. And now you're trying to, give you, look at your HARB ordinance and make it something it is not. And I think that's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. If you look at that plan, and let's talk about massing for a second, these two houses are larger than our garage. These two houses together are larger than our garage, our whole garage. Look at the massing around. Don't look at the massing of the building, of the existing building, of the mansion. Look at the massing of all the roofs around there. And then look at the massing of our garage. And the only thing that's different is if we could separate 3 of the garages and the other 3, they would be no bigger than any one of those single houses, each one of those. So be very careful what you call massing, and that the gentleman I'm buying the property from doesn't have the right to do what he wants with his property, and that we, in putting something forward that is going to benefit Wayne for a long time to come, because we are going to restore that building so it is sustainable. And it's not going to rely on one person owning it. Mr. Askin had to sell it to Childs and Drexel. And what did they do with it? They made it a hotel, an 80-room hotel. And then what happened when it wasn't a hotel any longer? Some developer had the guts to convert it into 25 units. Okay? That's what somebody did. It didn't just happen by accident. A developer had the belief that he could make it work. And that's what we're trying to do now. And all I've heard in 3 meetings is what they don't want. And all they don't want is somebody to ruin their view. And you have to look at the benefit. What are the pros? This building is going to be restored, and it's going to be restored for 12 new families who are going to band together, and they're going to say, hey, the 12 of us can maintain this a lot better than it's been maintained over the last 30 years, okay? Because they have pride of ownership. And they're going to get together, and they're going to have a homeowners association, and they are going to be part of the community, okay? They're going to park their car, they're going to go out, they're going to walk to dinner at night, they're going to take the train. I am very upset, as John is, that you called the vote without looking at all the consequences. This is what I felt HARP didn't do at the last 2 meetings. They didn't look at the broad picture. They focused on one element. All the neighbors here, they don't want it, so let's stop it. Mr. Mahoney, I want to thank you, because at least you said you were willing to have your mind changed. All I'm saying is be very careful of what you do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on the motion that's on the table?
Hi, my name is Ken Adelberg. My wife Edna and I live on Longchamps Drive in the Township. And I really don't want to take any time, but I just thought in the effort to have some slight balance to the approach tonight, and without emotionally refuting, the many misstatements, improper, patently false statements, that were fervently made by many in the audience tonight. And rather than purporting to be an expert on the historical district or the history of Mr. Askins or historic rehab specifically, I just want to comment as a longtime local business person and township resident. my family's business interest opened on Lancaster Avenue, 167 West to be exact, in 1955. From pretty humble beginnings, we now operate a business that supports close to 100 employees and their families. We're a third generation working in this business, and if my children or nieces or nephews take an interest, that'll be a fourth generation. And this all started, right here in Wayne in 1955. While I respect Mr. Mahoney's point that he thinks that condos here could sell like hotcakes without 12 garages. Everyone keeps using the term, the number 24, Ms. Schaefer. As a potential buyer, demographically, of a condo in Wayne, and certainly something that, as empty nesters now, my wife and I certainly will be looking at in the future, I would absolutely not buy a condominium if I didn't have a reasonably sizable garage. It's just me, but I thought it's important because almost everything that's been said speaks to, geez, we don't need garages. I don't know how many parking spaces are now employed within the district and or out of the district by the tenants of the 19 units. I have a feeling it's probably quite a few more than 24. I have anecdotally a friend who owns a number of units that front on Lancaster Avenue, very close to there, and he has complained for many, many years about the inability for his tenants' customers to be able to, get on-street parking, and I don't know how that will be effective if there were garages specifically for the new owners of the dozen or whatever number of condo units would be built there. But I thought it'd be important to make that point. And I just wanted to make that comment for the benefit of the board and the other township officials here. And I can also, and I don't have to, extol the virtues of the quality and integrity of the different homes and products that the Holloways have developed in the township, and Mr. Mahoney certainly spoke to that. But I know, because we moved into a home that he built 16 years ago, and it was next to a home that was a rehabilitation of a 1920-something home, and that was a big draw for us because we saw the quality of that work that had been done. I'm sure the quality of work, and I know it's been brought into question, on this project, if it would go forward, would be of that quality. And I'd hate to see those fourth graders, that are paraded up there, not have this particular icon, as it was referred to, there for their inspection and awe, hopefully. So, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Farrell. We live at 19 Llewellyn Court. We are 4 generations in this one home. And, like Mr. Holloway said, give it a chance as far as to try and build and such like that. We bought the house from my parents, and we loved it there so much that we added on to our home. And I'm hoping someday that this could, be money for our children. But I don't know how it's going to be with a garage in front of our house. And then the second floor would have to be looking down. I know it's open space and such like that. And our children were never allowed to play on that lawn because it wasn't ours. And we knew that. But I guess what my point is, Mr. Holloway's talking about how his property is going to mean something to him. I only have this one little shot, and it's a twin. And this is my home. And this is where we're hoping to have our money come back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. At this point, I think we're going to call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-2, noting Commissioner Higgins and Commissioner Curley's voting against it.
And I think the record should reflect that Mr. Spengler recused himself.
That's right, thank you. Give me a second to regroup here.
Bob, is Bill still here?
Now, Bill,
or did he go home?
Bill said he wasn't going to come back if it went some time. So Bill will be absent for the rest of the meeting. Okay, just give me a second here. Just wanted to get, so for the record, that Commissioner Schaefer moved and Commissioner Nagel second on that motion. So item L, go ahead.
John Rice, what you would look for now is a motion to either to adopt the ordinance or not adopt the ordinance. This is very good. So I motion that we adopt ordinance 2011-09-808 Mill Road subdivision.
Second.
Okay, board comment on this? Seeing none. Any public comment on this motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right, that's it for community development. We'll move on to Parks and Recreation. Commissioner Nagel.
First item on the agenda is discussion of the summer playground program. Tammy, do you want to tell the board about this?
Sure. I had spoke to the Parks and Recreation Board at the April meeting, April 14th, to talk about the viability of the playground program. A little history about this program. It has been in existence for over 30 years, to my knowledge. It's been offered as a free 6-week program. At one point in time, I believe it was an 8-week program that ran for members of the community. It's currently offered from 12 o'clock p.m. to 4 p.m., Monday to Friday, for 6 weeks over the summer. We have it taking place at 4 different sites, park sites specifically: Clemacrone Park, Cowan Park, Odoriccio Park, and Beau Connor Park, formerly known as South Devon Park. Each playground site is staffed and supervised by a member that we hire directly through our department, through a selective process. Basically, these people are on site to do activities, games, sports, arts and crafts, and a gamut of other different opportunities and games with the kids who come by from the nearby neighborhoods to each of the respective parks. I had, in my presentation to the Parks Board, illustrated some particulars about the attendance that we've tried to monitor fairly closely over the last 3 years. Basically, to give you a little bit of a breakdown on that, during the year of 2008, it was observed that we were getting approximately 87 kids on average per site over the course of the entire summer. And what that looked like, basically on a weekly breakdown, was no more than 20 kids per week. In 2009, the numbers went up slightly. It was no more than about 30 per week at the highest attended site. And then in 2010, which we saw as being one of our weakest years, the weekly breakdown basically looked as follows. Essentially, we had about an average at Clemacrone, 7.3 people came per week, 2.3 per week at Cowan, 8.8 per week at
Beau Connor Park and about 15.5 at Odoriccio. So essentially, the way the cost looks for this particular program, we're spending on a staff person and a supervisor that we have that basically manages each of the 4 sites and reports back to the department, along with supplies for arts and crafts, sports and games. Came out to approximately $1,200 per site at a cost. And since this is a free program, it doesn't generate any revenue. It just provides basically a service to the community. And in theory, it's a great program in a sense that it has a good philosophy on what it can deliver to the neighborhood kids, but it's being observed that the attendance is just not warranted in terms of the amount of money that basically we're spending on this program. In 2010, we spent $4,766.79 for this program. In 2009, it was a little lower because we did only have 5 weeks of the program. We actually canceled 1 week due to very low attendance and some weather issues. So that was just under $4,000 that we had spent for the entire summer. And in 2008, it was much higher because we did have some higher staff salaries that went along with the program that we tried to work through over the course of 09 and 10. That year, we spent just over $6,000 to run the program. So, of course, when you would break it down, back in 2008, it looks like more like $1,500 per site that basically we're spending compared to right now, which is approximately $1,200. So I basically made 3 recommendations to the Parks and Recreation Board. As I had mentioned at the meeting, I basically recommended that either we eliminate the program, we modify the program, perhaps eliminating 2 sites, maybe cutting back down to 2 of the most heavily attended of the sites, or we continue to offer it and we take steps to try and make it better or enhance it. So essentially, they made a motion to basically eliminate the program due to the low interest, low community involvement, and due to the cost that it delivers to the township. So I look to you for input before we do pull this program to try and gather what your thoughts are.
Tammy, could you just reiterate the number of attendees at each one of the sites per
I can actually bring it up on the screen.
Okay.
Because I have it on there.
Also, I mean, we can eliminate the program now, and it can come back in the future, because this isn't a program that needs infrastructure. So it's not like once we kill it, it's dead. So if we have a lot of interest comes up if it gets canceled, it can be reenacted. Also, it's when the economy improves or when our economy improves, we could look at it again.
We can, and we can also evaluate the response that we may receive in not offering the program.
Right.
And you had stated that this program is free. We do not charge a fee for
We
this.
do not, and we never have.
But we could potentially charge a fee for something like this program, or would that be difficult?
I think it would be difficult. It would be difficult to expect that folks would sign up for the program, at least in our response in dealing with parents. It had always been perceived as being a free service, a free program. I just don't think that people would sign up for it and pay a fee to sign up for it.
And even if you paid on a daily basis, that would be a nightmare.
And we'd have to have somebody collecting cash at the site, and that would be something that would have to be regulated and considered too.
So the attendees of something like this would not necessarily be on a daily basis. They may be 1 or 2 days a week.
Right.
Somewhat sporadic.
We've observed days where there's really hasn't been any attendance at all. I mean, if I actually paged through a lot of the actual handwritten documentation that our site supervisors documented throughout the last 3 years, and there's many, many days where no one would show up at some of the various parks. Some have been more popular, obviously, than others, but there are days that we would just have a drought and no one would be in attendance. So that makes it challenging for that person. I mean, we're paying a person to be there, even if it's someone as low as a minimum wage type of rate. It still is coming at an expense to the township. We've tried to take some different steps to try to enhance the program. We've tried to, as a department, we've tried to increase our marketing, of course, through a variety of different ways. Within the park itself, we've tried to position the site supervisor so that they're somewhere where folks can see them. Like, for example, at Cowan, if somebody's sitting behind the restroom area, you may not see them from the street, so we've tried to move them out, slide their table out and their equipment and stuff that they have with them, like sporting goods supplies, so that they're more visible. Through different steps we've tried to take in our staff training, we've tried to encourage more leadership, go out into the community, try and get the kids, try to, go over and encourage them to play or come up with creative games or creative ways and incentives to try and get them to be part of the program. And then, of course, deliver something that's worthwhile for them to continue to come back to. And it just hasn't been successful.
Okay, at this point, I think you're looking for a sense of the board of, we don't have an official motion necessarily tonight, but Bob, are you looking for a sense of the board tonight, or would you like us to vote?
I think we'd like to get a sense of the board, I believe, on this.
And Bob,
Amy, have you gotten any response from anyone since the Parks and Rec vote?
I have not.
So
Nothing.
it's probably just not on people's radars, but
yeah.
Bob, what's your opinion? How would you proceed?
Again, as we continue to look at these programs, and I think what Tammy has done is a very good job of starting to put a lot of data behind this. But again, as you see, is days when you don't have people in attendance and you're trying to look at really putting the best programs out there. This is one I think would be good for us to put on hiatus for a year, and then relook at this again on an annual basis to see if it makes sense to bring it back. Because ultimately, you want to be able to get the maximum participation from those utilizing the program.
Will there be an outreach to those who participated last year to try, because they're not paying and they're not subscribing, they may assume that this is going to happen, and in some instances a parent may even drop a child off at the park to find out later that no one was there. That's an extreme, of course, but could we email or send letters to the participants from last year? Do we have a list?
We've never collected that deep of data. We may have addresses, but no real solid data behind it. We have more names on sign-in sheets. The one thing we can do is we can put a notice up on the website. We can have that on the main page of the website. We can have it on the main page of the Parks and Recreation website. We also can put it in our summer brochure, as well as the Township newsletter that is going to be going out probably within another few weeks. So we can draw attention to it by saying that it's not going to be offered, and then perhaps even encourage, if people feel strongly about it, to give us some feedback. Maybe there's ways things we're not thinking of that we could perhaps execute to make it better in the future if we do decide to bring it back.
Okay. Well, I'll go first. My sense is it would be fine to discontinue this, but with the hope of bringing it back if there's a demand and interest from the community. Anyone
Seems
else?
reasonable. Yes, that seems reasonable.
I agree.
Okay.
was the unanimous recommendation from the Parks and Rec Board. So.
Okay. Hank, we're deciding the fate of the...
I was there and with you guys.
Okay. So you have a sense that we support your concept here.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you for staying so late. I
No
apologize
problem.
to all staff. And Dan Malloy is probably very happy to be finishing up here in a few weeks.
Next item on the agenda is Resolution 2011-61 to create an open space plan update committee. I'd like to move the introduction. No, this is introduced last time, right? It's a resolution, so I'd like to move that we pass this resolution.
Second.
I'd like to just amend item 1A. It says that we will choose 2 chairs that will be appointed by the Board of Commissioners. The reason I want to strike that is that in the administrative code, I think it's section 530D, that the chairperson shall be set by the membership of the committee. Now, in that section of the code, it's referring to all boards and commissions, and this is a general provision. So I think it's best to allow the committees to vote amongst themselves to set the chairperson, rather than the board determine that without that committee meeting. I want to mention a second caveat to that is also in the administrative code. It requires that boards and commissions are to set, the chair is to set the rules for that board and commission, and that set of rules are to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. This is Section 5-33. I don't think I've ever seen that happen, but I'd like to see that start happening. And the case in point is we've had some issues in the past where we overlooked this provision in the administrative code, and that there were some questions as to process and procedure at some of the board and commission meetings where certain rules were asserted, yet the Board of Commissioners never actually voted on those rules. So without getting into too many specifics over this motion. But anyway, I think it's best that in order to be compliant with the administrative code 5-30 paragraph D, that we take section Part A out.
You need to address it in one in the main then.
But this is a committee, it's not a board or a commission, so is that still applicable?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into detail, maybe or maybe not, but why not keep it,
So are you suggesting it would read 2 chairs appointed by the Open Space Committee?
Well, no, by the
2 at-large representatives
by the
appointed
steering
by the Board of Commissioners.
No, the way it should work is, based on the administrative code, the 2 co-chairs should be elected by the steering committee themselves. So the first meeting of the charter, the administrative code states that, I'll read it to you, if I can find it, 530D.
We can
Officers, the chairman shall be elected for a 1-year term by each board, commission, or authority from among its members at its first meeting of the calendar year. The chairman shall preside at all meetings and shall report to the board in the manner in which it directs. Other appropriate offices may be created and filled from within the membership of the body.
Okay, so strike.
Yeah.
Strike A and then change B to 3 representatives from the Open Space Committee.
You need to address it in item 1 as well.
The what?
I'm in item 1.
But you say 1 in this, it's stated
She's referring
twice.
to 1A.
1A, where it says 2 co-chairs appointed by the Board of Commissioners. All I'm saying
But if
is,
you look at item 1, it says co-chairs will be appointed by the Board of Commissioners. It's there
I
twice.
see that in the paragraph, thank you. So I just wanted to say by the steering committee. It doesn't even need to be stated because in the administrative code, it clearly says that all boards, commissions, and authorities shall self-appoint.
That's the easier way to do it.
So who made the motion here?
I did.
John did.
I'll amend the motion that we will delete whose co-chairs will be appointed by the Board of Commissioners from 1, and delete A, renumber all the following, and make the new A be 3 representatives from open space. And in addition, the at-large members need to be appointed by this board. Doesn't have that, and that's required.
Okay, do I have a second on the motion?
I just didn't understand the at-large part. It seems to be new to me.
Well, this steering committee has an additional stakeholder subcommittee. And I think, John, what you're referring to is that the Board of Commissioners shall pick the members of the stakeholder subcommittee as well?
Well, if you look at S, it says other members of the public at large.
Yeah, paragraph 2, though, says that the at-large members will be solicited through public notice and then appointed by the Board of Commissioners.
Okay,
Yep.
that's,
So it's
okay then.
it's covered
So I think we're
there.
covered.
Good, then it's only one that needs revision.
All right. So,
Seconded as amended.
all right, any board comment on that? All right, any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's passed 5-1, noting Commissioner Higgins' opposition, also noting that Commissioner Spengler is absent. Yes, Spengler, thank you. I think I'm getting a little tired here.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah.
Next, final, just a couple quick announcements. The Arbor Day celebration is tomorrow at 6 p.m. We could just stay here and then go over there. And it's going to be at the Friends of Radnor Trails Park and along the Radnor Trail. You meet at the Friends of Radnor Trails Park. Katie Sampson lacrosse tournament is this Saturday, April 30th at the high school. Chester Valley Sportsman's Club Youth Trout Derby will be held Saturday and Sunday at Sawmill Park. Summer registration kickoff will take place on Monday, May 2nd at the Township Building. Summer brochure and camp information should be online. And there's a trip coming to New York on Saturday, May 7th, and that's the famous On Your Own. So basically, you get transportation and then you wander forth. That's all I have.
Thank you, John. Finance and Audit, Commissioner Higgins, I want to point out that we agreed to postpone Resolution 2011-57 and 2011-58 until the May 9th meeting.
We'll put it into May. We'll just hold it as May without a specific
Okay,
date.
to a May meeting.
Correct.
So we'll need a motion to postpone to.
I'll motion that we postpone item P and item Q to a May meeting.
Just withdraw.
Okay.
Do we really need a motion to postpone? Can't Bob just take it off the agenda?
I
Well-
would think we need a motion to postpone.
Yeah, I think you do because it's on the agenda. Okay, moved and second. Any board comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Commissioner Curley moved, Commissioner Mahoney second that. And Kevin, item O is yours.
The item on the agenda is the disbursements for approval list 2011-4B, a grand total of an authorized disbursement of $1,837,905.84. And these have been approved by the respective department heads and are within the 2011 budget limits as approved at our December 13, 2010 meeting. So I make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I have one question for Bill. Page 9, bottom of page 9, something that's identified as a sewer payment to Villanova University, but it doesn't say refund. Is it a refund or is it something different?
We use Villanova's printing department to print the sewer bills, so that's the payment of that invoice.
And also, please note my ongoing recusal for items involving Office Basics.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Oh,
Aye.
hold on. Public comment? Sorry, I'm a little late here. There's only 3 of us left in the audience. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Noting Commissioner Higgins' motion, Commissioner Nagel's second on that. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Public Works and Engineering, I'll take this. Commissioner Spengler is absent. We have a notice of a motion for approval of an emergency repair of King Pressure Pumping Station. And do we have any, Paul Basic, do you have a comment you'd like to make on this?
It's the newest pumping station that we have out there. It's 13 years old. The check valve needed to be replaced. It releases the sewage when the pump starts and closes. When it stops, it controls the sewage flow. And the cost for the part was approximately $3,000 and was $1,800 in service there.
Okay.
So it was an emergency situation, so we had to get it taken care of.
All right, I'll move to approve the expense of $4,875 for the replacement repair of the pumping station on King Prussia Road. Any board comment?
No real
Any-
comment, but Bob or Bill, maybe something to think about. I mean, for something of this relatively minor nature, maybe you guys ought to look at some kind of threshold that, this never has to come to us. I mean, I'd be comfortable with giving you some kind of authorization.
It's just, I
Sounds
think
like a
what's
charter.
good, though, to be able to do this, because the charter has specifics in regards to over $3,000, and we do have the ability for the emergency, but bring it to the board for approval.
So
And
that would
that's
be
what-
something to take up with the Charter Review Commission?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
It's number 1 on the list.
Mr. Rice,
I
you got
believe.
that on there?
That's been on there for about a year and a half or more.
Yep. That,
Not just the limit, but this emergency element of it as well.
Right, right. But your limits are way low. I mean, it's,
and we can budget additional funds during budget time for emergencies. If we
And-
don't spend it, we don't spend it.
And I also think this is a good process so that the board continues to monitor that just because of planning issues, they become emergencies, and that we don't follow that trend to circumvent that process. So I know it's tedious to bring to the board, but I think it's good for the board to be made aware of it.
All
There's
right.
a
those.
lot of the codes define emergencies too. I mean, what specifically? So that's something else that needs to be addressed. Probably not in the charter, but in the administrative code.
All right. Any public comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Commissioner Fisher moved. Commissioner Mahoney second on that. We have a motion to authorize an RFP for engineering services for Radnor Township. Bob Zinkowski, do you want to comment on this?
Sure. This would be an opportunity for us to look at what costs would be with Dan leaving us. This would give us an opportunity similar to what we've done with the trash hauling services to look at what a outside source versus an internal source would give us an opportunity to look at what those expenses would be. So this is just actually going out for the RFP and getting those costs and proposals back for the board to
Okay,
review.
I'll move to approve the RFP process for engineering services for the township.
Second.
Any board comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0. Passes. Commissioner Fisher moving, Commissioner Nagel seconding on that. And the last item under Public Works is a motion to reject the bids for the purchase of street signs and hardware and authorize a rebid of this item. I don't think we need to have any staff comment. I'm comfortable with making a motion on this. I'll move to reject the bids for the purchase of the street signs and hardware and authorize a rebid of this item. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any board comment? Any comment from staff? Any comment from the public? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Commissioner Fisher moved, Commissioner Mahoney second. That's it. Commissioner Schaefer, Library.
2 quick announcements. The roof work that was supposed to start today has been delayed, and it will start Monday, May 9th. The library will continue to be open while the roof work is done. And the summer programming is up and out. There are flyers here. You can get on the website and look at the summer programming. I did want to point out that the GlaxoSmithKline is again sponsoring the science program, which is wildly popular, and it looks like registration begins for that May 2nd. And more information can be found on the website. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I have no report under Public Health. Any old business? Any new business? Any public participation? And I will ask that we end public participation no later than midnight, because my car will become a pumpkin.
I will be very brief and hopefully just 3 quick points here. Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. Normally I don't like to continue to beat on things, but I did want to bring up again the parking situation tonight, only because it was exacerbated by the no parking on one side of the lane. So I appreciate Commissioner Schaefer's comments after the meeting yesterday, or last meeting, but it is an issue on Monday night meetings, this and planning. And arriving early is not necessarily a solution because everybody can't arrive early. Everybody's got to be here at a certain time. So again, I don't necessarily have a solution, but I do want to bring up the issue that there is a problem with trying to find adequate parking on a meeting night, on particularly Mondays. Speaking of Monday nights, next Monday night is the Planning Commission meeting, and the only agenda item is one of the things I referred to last meeting, which is a sketch plan. And it's the same sketch plan that was discussed at the prior meeting. And I didn't know if the board could give some direction to planning so that all the folks that came last time don't have to show up a second time and not be able to be heard.
I do want to respond to that. John Rice, as I read in the administrative code, that any rules that are created by the chair of a committee have to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. And I understand that the Planning Commission is exerting a rule that says that you cannot comment on a sketch plan. Is that supported in the municipal planning code, and is that supported anywhere in our ordinance or administrative code?
It's my understanding it's an unwritten rule. I don't think it's published, but they sort of adopted that policy when there's a sketch plan where there's no action to be taken. They don't typically permit public comment. it's my view, and I've expressed it to some of the Planning Commission members, that there ought to be public comment, even if there's not going to be a vote. Every meeting has to have some public comment session, whether it's the beginning or the end. So I think that's something that I'll have another conversation with the chairman, because I guess my understanding, Baron, there's a revised sketch plan coming in.
I assume it's revised because the sketch plan was presented by this particular applicant last time, and so this is a revised plan, but still a sketch plan.
Right. So I think that the appropriate thing to occur here, since there isn't going to be a vote, some public comment, within some guidelines. I don't know how many, I wasn't at the meeting, Baron, how many residents were here to speak? About a half a dozen, or was it more than that?
Maybe under 10. There was a good number. It wasn't, 4 or so. But
John, to answer your question, I think there ought to be some public comment, even on something where there's not a formal plan filed, just so that's out there, so the developer knows that here's the public and they have these issues with his plan.
So, it should be sufficient if staff communicates that to the Planning Commission, correct?
Right.
So,
And if the Planning Commission would like to set a rule like that, I think they will need to put that in writing and have the board vote on that as a resolution in the future for all boards and commissions.
Well, let me look at that. You're talking about the administrative code?
This is administrative code. This is under 5-33, rules and regulations. Each board, commission, authority may establish rules and regulations deemed necessary for the conduct of its business. Such rules and regulations and changes thereto shall be approved by the board. No, shall be approved. The board is defined as Board of Commissioners.
It's capital B. It is under the definition of
capital B board.
Yeah, shall be approved by the board. And I, as I said, John, I don't think these were in writing. I don't think any of your boards and commissions have any published in writing rules and regulations. The only exception to that would probably be your zoning hearing board. They don't have them either, because I've asked that question, but I don't think their rules have to come back to this board. I think that's preempted by the MPC, which gives them the authority to establish their own rules and regulations, which I've encouraged them to do, just in terms of entering party status and how those hearings get held. But according to this, the rest of maybe there ought to be a sort of a boilerplate set of rules and regulations for all the boards and commissions.
And that is the motivation for this board and commission handbook that I've kind of gotten started and administration is working on. The concept is that we can't have the Wild West. We want to make sure that the rules are understood by all, they're published, they're in writing, and that the Board of Commissioners in fact sanctions those rules if and when we can.
I just ask when it be communicated that it be for the agenda item and not during general public participation, because there's multiple items. The public might have to wait through other presentations before they could comment on it. So it should be per agenda item, just like you do here, even with the sketch plan.
Okay, well, I ask that John Rice communicate.
I'll have the discussion with the chair. I mean, it's up to them to some extent how they take public comment. As long as there's public comment taken before any official vote, that's your bare minimum compliance with the Sunshine Act. It makes more sense to do it as the agenda items are hit. But let me have that. I've had one discussion already after the last meeting, and we'll talk about it some more with the chair.
Thank you for that. The other point I'd like to make is a point I brought up during the HARB discussion of Luella Court. We have in our saldo now that if there's any zoning issues, that those need to be resolved prior to going through the subdivision process. Planning gets their take at it to give some guidance to zoning, the zoning hearing board, but it goes there first before going back to the subdivision process. And I really think it would be appropriate to see that same thing happen before anything goes to HARB, to make sure all zoning issues are out of the way. Whether subdivision issues need to be out of the way, I'm not sure if that's a chicken or an egg where they should need to go first. But just like in subdivision, I think you can make a good argument that zoning should be cleared up before HARB takes a look at anything, so that they know. Because obviously some of the folks struggle with personal property rights, and certainly to see what they're even entitled to as a fact by right, or what they get special exception for and get rights for, would would perhaps be relevant to some of the folks voting on that. And one more comment on that. In terms of looking at saving the mansion and looking at, well, is there a compromise? How can we make this save the mansion? I would ask that you look at the parameters of whatever it is, whether it's HARB or subdivision, on the merits, because there's no saying that, or no telling whether this particular applicant or with this particular plan in mind is going to do that, and not to say that there wouldn't be other folks looking to purchase a property and do the same thing right behind them, so that we don't need necessarily force fit in a particular plan for a particular applicant because we want a particular end, whereas there might be someone else with a better idea coming along to do that. So I would just ask you to consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Schneller, St. David's Park. In regard to the Planning Commission, I've heard reports that regarding that intersection at the top of the hill of this particular resubmitted sketch plan, that's County Line Road, people have told me that Lower Merion has been exercising full jurisdiction over some minor traffic issues with that intersection. It's a small off elbow that goes down to Rosemont Station in Lower Merion, but it's an intersection in both townships. So I wanted to ask anyone concerned that might be looked into. I don't know how county lines work, but I know it's affecting Radnor residents.
Thank you. We'll note that.
Good evening, Dan Shurey, Wayne. Just a quick comment and then an inquiry and then another inquiry, but I don't think I'll go past midnight, Commissioner Fisher, in consideration of your time constraints. I watched the first component of this meeting at home on television. I just have to note that I find it unfortunate that this board tonight chose to recognize two individuals as different as Dorothy Carlson and Dan Malloy, almost back to back. Dorothy Carlson is unambiguously one of the finest individuals we've ever had in this township in any capacity, has instilled and fostered a love of reading that is really beyond any criticism. And then to have a recognition of Dan Malloy, as well as people rising in applause, I mean, it literally made my gorge rise. It's just a personal opinion, but this is an individual who in 2009 crossed multiple state lines to meet with Dave Bayshore after Dave Bayshore was unanimously suspended by this board. So I thought that was very unfortunate. I personally thought it was disrespectful to Ms. Carlson. I certainly don't have the ability to apologize on behalf of the township, but if I did have that ability, I would. My next question is a very, very concise one, and it deals with the Charter Review Commission appointments. And full disclosure here, I was interested in being on this committee. I submitted my name to Commissioner Curley. He went with Arthur Hartel, and I have no doubt that Commissioner Curley, a thoughtful man, made that decision after looking at the evidence and coming to a very thoughtful, reasoned conclusion. But there are two other names on this Charter Review Commission appointments that sort of stuck out at me, and that's, and this was provided tonight. And those are the names Steve Channinson, who was nominated by John Nagel, and John Johans, I hope I'm not mispronouncing, who was nominated rather by Elaine Paul Schaefer. I went to Villanova Law School, and those names seem very familiar. In fact, I believe I had Steve Channinson for a contracts class. Is this, in fact, the same Steve Channinson who is a salaried employee of Villanova University? Yes. Okay, that's a yes. And is John Johans, and again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing, is that also a salaried employee of Villanova University?
Yeah, whether he's still employed there. He used to be the chair of the Political Science Department, which seems quite apropos of this appointment.
Okay. No, I just wanted clarification because I just find it just personally interesting that almost a fourth of the nominees for the Charter Review Commission are either active or immediately past employed by Villanova University, and the commissioners who nominated them do not live in the 7th Ward, where I believe Villanova is located. Final question I have is something that I followed rather closely for the past 2 years, and that is the Skunk Hollow Farm / Willows Cottage. Yesterday, I went on Greener Partners' website, and as you all know, Greener Partners is affiliated with this project that's been going on over at Skunk Hollow and also the Willows Cottage. Because I had heard that perhaps Greener Partners might not be continuing with Radnor Township. It's just been a dialogue that's been going on out there. And I found a 2011 CSA agreement that Greener Partners has on its website for Radnor Township. And I wanted to know, well, first, whether anybody on the board had seen this particular agreement. It's for people interested in purchasing a share for the upcoming growing season. Has anybody seen this?
No. I don't recall that I've seen it.
Okay, well, I'll just pass one copy up just for the good of the order. This is again from Greener Partners' official website, and it's the 2011 CSA agreement. Now, as you all know, there has in the past been some discussion as to what could be sold at the Willows Cottage store. I guess that's one way to put it. Because when this project was first initiated, there was a discussion about how what was grown at the Skunk Hollow Farm would be what was distributed in the cottage. Thereafter, there was a lease proposed, it was pulled back, and then John Nagel and Elaine Paul Schaefer got on the Board of Commissioners, and the lease addendum was pushed again, and this time it passed. This particular 2011 CSA agreement talks about what actually is going to be sold by Greener Partners at the Willows Cottage. And under CSA share information on the first page, it states that all produce is grown at Hillside Farm, located on the Elwyn campus in Media. So apparently now, nothing that is being sold by Greener Partners at that cottage, which I think they pay, nothing for per year in rent. I think the Radnor Conservancy pays $1 a year in rent. I don't think Greener Partners pays anything in rent. Nothing is actually grown on site and sold by Greener Partners. They are still charging per share on page 3 $750, and everything is grown over in Elwyn. Was anybody on the board aware that Greener Partners was going to be doing this for the upcoming growing season?
I'm not aware of the details of this.
Okay. It also states that that what they're doing over at the Willows is no longer the Skunk Hollow Farm. They say the Homestead Project, formerly Skunk Hollow Farm. Anybody know that? Skunk Hollow Farm, no longer in existence. It's now the Homestead Project.
If I could stop you, I think their website is outdated. I don't believe any of that is occurring this year. I don't know what is occurring. I can't guide you here, but if you're interested in this, I would suggest you pick up the phone and call Greener Partners and find out what they're doing.
But also,
why would I need to do that?
Well,
this is a Radnor Township building.
Dan, I don't think this board at this late hours.
Why don't we look into it? I mean,
this
is the first.
And we will have staff.
Look into it. Okay, let me just make a very concise comment.
No, I'm not trying to push you off. Just
why
not
let us look into it?
Dan,
why have you not looked into it?
Because you're just bringing it to our attention tonight.
Why does it take me to bring this to your attention?
No,
I mean, this is an institution. I'll be very concise with this comment. That since day one of this renovation / farm that's been going on over there, it has been fraught with problems. Okay, whether it's necessitated a lease change, whether or not it's necessitated material changes as to what could be sold there. Representations whether or not the farmer is going to be able to live there, representations to Pennsylvania. There have been problems the entire duration. And now, not on the township's website, but on Greener Partners' website, and this is dated, Commissioner Schaefer, 2011, so it's fairly recent. We see that nothing is being grown by Greener Partners at Skunk Hollow that is thereafter going to be distributed in the Willows Cottage. Assuming that's true, that means that you have a non-Radnor resident. Greener Partners is not located in Radnor, they're located in Malvern, able to use one of our buildings for no money to sell produce that's grown in media, not our township. I see that as extremely unfair to any other farm in the area that presumably has to sell its produce to stores or pay for stall space in the farmer's market, whereas Greener Partners gets to do this. So to the extent this hasn't been looked into, I recommend that you look into this and you look into it quickly, because even though the last lease amendment you gave Radnor Conservancy and the Friends of the Willows Cottage, and by extension Greener Partners, was about as generous as you can get, apparently it wasn't generous enough. Now nothing is grown in Radnor. It's all grown off-site. It's trucked in, and then we get to buy it for $750 a share. I have issues with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Before we end, John Rice and Bob, could you please look into this matter, make sure that they are compliant with the lease, that the current lease?
Yeah, the lease,
and if there's any
has
issues.
some standards that what they can sell, what they can't sell.
Yeah, I don't want to get into
including
it,
produce. So we'll
please
look.
inform the board when you get a chance between now and the next meeting, so that we're fully aware of everything. That's it for public participation. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, we're adjourned.